Kenapa ni? Aduh, lima lagi gatal sangat.
Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, keluarmu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
Go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let him. All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let him. Early bird, go get the worm in the dirt.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gurah selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Hacik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena mengena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tak pelik. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win.
MPL Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner, up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-14 bersiaran langsung dari MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan ini adalah hari pertama minggu ketiga untuk musim ini. Minggu lepas kita dah nampak banyak perubahan daripada segi draft, roster dan lain-lain. Kita nampak Todak bawa 2 line-up masa diorang tengah main dan Team Rey dapat kemenangan pertama mereka. Now for your information, transfer window sudah dibuka masa minggu kedua dan akan ditutup ke minggu kelima. A lot of transfers has happened and a lot of transfers are still going to happen. Tapi minggu ni pasukan mana akan buat kejutan dan dapatkan kemenangan pertama mereka? Tapi I'm pretty sure as much as excited as everybody is, sebelum kita mula, I nak tanya kepada audience yang ada dekat MBSJ. Korang mesti pernah tengok MAL kan? Pernah. Okay, so MAL kalau ada players mesti ada casters and usually casters korang boleh nampak dorang dekat screen sahaja because MAL is done online. So, sebelum I ajak ataupun I jemput casters MAL ke atas pentas, mari kita tengok MAL video ini.
Hai, Assalamualaikum dan selamat datang ke dalam Mobile Legends Academy League Malaysia musim yang kedua. Top lane, Malgas, pre-push secara bersorangan. Perlu 2 pemain tapi dimenangkan fahamnya Kimi akan mendapatkan double kill menjadi milik beliau. Terus saja menundukkan Dream Group.
Tapi nampaknya rival terpaksa dijatuhkan dengan 2 pemain yang dekat Kimi. Tidak!
Nampaknya momen dekat MAL sangat-sangat hype. Tapi kita dengan 2 orang ni muka macam familiar je. So, apa kata introduce yourself kepada audience yang tengah tengok? Maybe we can start with you.
Alright, Assalamualaikum semua. Nama saya Cross, antara salah satu caster bagi MPL musim yang pertama. Dan yang kedua.
Hai, saya Sebastian Soul, peneman setia anda dan saya lah caster untuk musim pertama dan musim kedua untuk Mobile Legends Academy League.
Alright, so boleh tak cerita dekat audience sekarang ni apa yang tengah jadi dekat MAL sekarang? Maybe we can start with you.
Okay, kalau kita cerita pasal MPL sekarang memang boleh dikatakan sengit sebab sekarang minggu dah ketiga ni dah pun habis. Lihat macam mana boleh katakan 3 pasukan mata yang sama iaitu 8 mata. 3 pasukan itu dalam lingkungan mata yang seri.
3 pasukan mata yang sama, so high chance ada tiebreaker if this keeps up kan?
Yes, betul.
Okay, maybe untuk you, team mana yang tengah dominate untuk affiliated conference dan juga challenge conference pada musim ini?
Okay, so untuk affiliate conference, kita mungkin akan jumpa juara back to back, Todak Legion, which is diorang sekarang ni tengah dominate diorang punya grouping stage, dan juga challenger conference, Miracle Gaming, which is diorang top 2 untuk grouping stage pada season pertama.
Alright, now kita boleh nampak actually that a lot of MAL players dah start naik ataupun masuk kepada scene MPL ni. You rasa ada lagi tak banyak players yang ada bakat untuk join MPL musim ke depan?
Saya kalau lihat pada musim yang kedua ni memang ada banyak potensial yang boleh untuk masuk dalam MPL. Andai kata kalau kita beri perhatian, saya memang gemar dengan satu pemain ni iaitu Shihin. Sekarang ada kat Todak Legend. Andai kata berasah lagi dekat MPL, mungkin musim hadapan boleh ada dekat MPL.
Oh, okay. Now in your opinion pula, pasukan mana yang boleh naik ke MPL untuk musim depan?
Okay, so memandangkan tim yang boleh naik MPL adalah from Challenger Conference only. I would like to say Miracle Gaming gonna make it through untuk MPL season depan.
Okay, now apa yang Sol nak cakap dekat fans MLBB yang masih lagi belum tengok MAL Malaysia?
Okey, semestinya kita ada saingan yang sengit dan kita berbaki lagi 3 minggu untuk MPL ini tamat pada regular season, dan kita nak tengok juga adakah komuniti Mobile Legends ni orang kata prihatin atau MPL, sebab kita tahu MPL ni Academy League dan kita nak asah bakat baru. Kalau kita lihatkan sekarang untuk RSG lepas ni run QT itu daripada MPL musim yang pertama, dan itu adalah bakat yang baru diasah pada musim yang pertama. Semestinya kita nak tengok lagi bakat-bakat baru daripada semua pasukan yang bermain di MPL.
Alright, so anything yang you nak cakap dekat mereka yang support MPL?
Okey, kepada semua yang support MPL daripada musim pertama sampailah ke musim yang kedua, kami ingin ucapkan terima kasih sangat-sangat dan juga keep supporting semua tim yang bermain di MPL MY dan juga semua pemain-pemain dan juga termasuk kamilah caster untuk MPL di masa kedua ini dan juga di masa akan datang. Terima kasih semua.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Cross dan juga Soul. Thank you very much for spending your Friday with us here. So guys, untuk semua orang dekat rumah, jangan lupa tengok MPL untuk musim ini sebab nampaknya banyak players yang ada bakat untuk main MPL di musim depan. Alright, thank you very much. Thank you. Alright, mesti korang semua dah tak sabar nak tengok siapa yang akan main hari ini kan? With that, mari kita tengok jadual pada hari ini. Untuk match pembukaan minggu ketiga, kita akan saksikan perlawanan Team Rey menentang RSG MY. Team Rey dah berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan pertama mereka, tapi RSG MY is still searching for points. Untuk match kedua hari ini, Selangor Red Giants menentang Red Esport. Pembuktikan pasukan Red mana yang lebih kuat hari ini, dan adakah the X Blacklist duo has what it takes to bring down the champions? So guys, ini adalah hari yang akan jadi sengit. I can feel the intensity. RSG MY perlu kemenangan mereka. Tapi Team Rey wants to prove to people that they are not just good at doing pargoys. And with that, mari let's show it to the casters untuk start perlawanan hari ini. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, Rose. You're welcome, everybody, to the MPL MY Season 14 here on the English broadcast. My name is Gideon Q, and of course, for the very first time debuting on the English broadcast, give it up for Karakuri. Welcome, welcome. And honestly, what brings you here to the English broadcast?
What brings me here? Actually, I'm not really sure why I'm here because, to be honest, this is my first time casting for English, especially in the English side. And English is not really my strong suit. So I have to apologize in advance to you and to the viewers if my English for today is not that good enough for you guys.
Hey, don't worry. We'll get through this together. But guys in the chat, please be kind to the poor man. Smart analyst here. Because again, his brain is working at a different pace compared to everybody else. And the only way he's capable of doing that is thanks to Hotlink. 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming with Hotlink, and maybe you'll just be as smart as this guy. Because again, I mean, I'm going to talk about like your accolades and things like you've coached teams. You've been able to look through everything. So tell me about this new hero, Show You, because he's coming out this September on the 21st. Have you heard some of the leaks, some of the cool things he do?
This is the type of hero where I'll say we have to see how the professional players gonna use him in the Land of Dawn, because he's very flexible. Either you want to go for the assassin route or the fighter route.
I like the word flexible here because today we are going to be playing on the latest patch so far, and the new hero is going to be available. Not open for professional play, but it does mean that the meta has changed. Let's talk about this for a second, right? Because we've got 2 mana removes on Grok and Claude, which I think is unnecessary, but that's just me. But even some of the other changes are pretty substantial.
I mean, I'm gonna focus a little bit more, if like we're looking at the screen, more towards Alot here, because the mana remove, I'm pretty sure this is what's gonna allow Alot to be more aggressive, especially in the laning phase, because usually Alot really depends on the final slash. So at least this will allow Alot to have a better early game.
I mean, yes, it does make sure that he has a better early game, especially with the passive cooldown.
Yeah.
You can like trade in for free. My main issue is that with mana remove, doesn't that make the common emblem just less of an appealing option? I feel like I'm wasting my time with common emblem now. I feel like taking assassin on Claude, even Arlet, is very doable.
Hey, it's not like they remove the mana for everybody. It's only for certain heroes only. And honestly, for the patch update this time around, what I'm looking forward most is how Hayabusa gonna play today.
That's a good point.
Yeah, because the Shadow Kill, the rate of damage being unleashed is much more faster now. So I'm pretty sure our players gonna make up some awesome play with it today.
Of course, because I think that's the biggest problem, right? Don't you hate being Hayabusa? You go in with the quad shadows, you Oki Shadow Kill with max stacks, and you're like, man, this is taking a while.
And then like, even the enemy have like sometime, okay, I think I can plan how I want to evade. Okay, I'm just going to go to this minion, pass it to them, and just going to blink away.
It's like a game of baseball. They're just sitting at home base and are like, all right, we just got to wait for the one moment to get that home run. But this is only one of the very few changes, right? I do think that the mana remove is kind of interesting, especially with Claude, because Claude has always been a quote-unquote buff nerf problem for the developers. We see them struggle, right? But at the same time, everybody knows how to play Claude, especially when we're talking about Team Rey with AJ, Eevee, Kids, Virgie, and as well as Trap.
And at this time, I guess we also struggle today because Team Rey going up against RSG Malaysia, we know that both teams have already faced 3 losses. So coming into the week 3, this is the time where both of them actually need to step up. But for Team Rey, in terms of performance, I really can't say where I want to put them. Either at the very top or at the very bottom. Because that's how they've been showing up in the week 1 and week 2.
Now, especially week number 2, where we saw both sides of the very same coin of Team Rey, which is shocking at the very least. It could be like pre-preparation. That could be different. That's maybe they're really good at pre-preparation for some teams, but maybe not others.
Ooh, under preparation for a certain team will only bite them back, and we have seen that. And I hope that for today, they are actually prepared and give us a better performance. Because if not, they're going to be left behind in terms of the points.
That's a good point, because even with RSG MY, very similar scenario with Maima, Ripple, RankQT, Stolman, as well as Bunny. Oh, interesting. They decided to bring Bunny this time round.
Bunny from Vamos. Actually a little bit surprised that they're replacing Zaf. Because for me, Zaf have the potential to be one of the best goal laner. But I understand that this couple of weeks has not been the best week for him. So this transfer in, I would like to see how Bunny is going to do replacing him.
I don't know, because I feel like I can agree with RSG MY's overall as an organization. If we're looking at Zobs in the past 2 weeks, I feel like there's a chemistry issue that isn't being solved. Right?
That's the thing. I mean, if you're worried about chemistry for the RSG, why are you changing lineup?
That's a good point. At least they're only changing one and not the full lineup, right?
Yeah.
Because we're going back to the drawing board for RSG. Like, we've seen them play a very tight match sometimes. But other times, it seems like they're not doing anything. Their team average assist is 24.13. Their team KDA is 3.56. And then we look at the team average kills 10.25. Ranked 8th, 9th, and 7th individually in these stats alone.
Not a good numbers for them right now, but well, let's see what the changes that they did for this week will actually switches things up for them.
You know, funny enough, we were talking about the game, we were talking about the patch, but most importantly, we were also talking about win rates on blue and as well as red side. Yeah. MPL MY is the only MPL where we don't see a even win rate between red and blue. Right now, it's heavily on red side.
Because for me, for Malaysian teams, they are focused heavily more towards the counter strategy, and that's where we're good at. We are known for that. So that's why on the red side, where you have more option, especially for the first and second pick, to counter whatever priority pick that enemy have chosen on the blue side.
Well, I mean, if you guys are enthralled with this conversation, maybe you should join the fight as soon as possible. If you didn't see the redeem code, that means you were listening to us, which I appreciate. But please scroll back, take that redeem code, or use the QR code instead if you're a little lazy to type it all out in full. But yeah, with this new patch, I think a lot of things are going to change. But at the same time, could this be a little bit more beneficial for, I don't know, blue side? It feels like MV understands how to play that blue side, but I think now the patch is really pushing towards that direction.
Yeah, but we have to give it up for the team to get into the stage right now.
That's a good point.
How about we invite both Team Rey and RSG MY to the stage?
Team Rey.
Fresh off of a massive win last week, Rey took down the crowd favorite Homeboys. Can they keep up the unpredictability in today's matchup? Introducing the rising challengers, Team Rey!
RSGMY.
On a tough streak so far, RSG Malaysia are fighting to bounce back. Can RSG overcome their current form and grab the win today? This could be the start of their comeback story. On the hunt for redemption, give it up for RSGMY! Now introducing both coaches and analysts for our individual teams with our head of League Ops, Franklin, right smack in the center to maintain competitive integrity throughout the match. Thank you to all of the brains behind the brawn. Fist bumps, because this is our style. This is Malaysia, the top of professionalism to give you the most entertaining games of the region. Good luck to both of our teams. Good luck to our Warriors as they play here today.
And Fallen Empire right now, I mean, we have to see on how RSG gonna adapt back to the flexibility, especially towards the changes of the patch that has happened. Because usually every time there's a new patch, it really depends on whether a team has adapted to the new patch or not. And that determines a lot of the win for these teams.
I totally agree. I don't know whether Team Rey might want to go for that snowball style of composition, the death ball style. We've seen them play time and time again. I think they're one of the few teams that are able to pull it off more accurately than everybody else, mainly because they incorporate trap on that Ruby more often than not.
Well, for me, Team Rey especially is quite known. I mean, like, this is only week 3, but for me, they are known as a pick-off team where they focuses more on catching the enemy and get a pick-off really quickly, and from there they try to snowball according to the situation.
Of course, they do that all the time, and I think that's my biggest issue with them. The fact that whenever they try to play standard compositions, they really struggle overall, right?
No, not for them.
And honestly, I do feel a little bit bad for Trap specifically, because Trap previously on his other teams as a dedicated gold laner, he was getting there. He was getting close to that world-class level, and then all of a sudden he's just stuck on Ruby for the next 2 seasons.
You mean SRG? Yes, I do agree that his performance during his time with SRG was quite good, but probably still finding his place in Team Rey. And not only him, the whole team actually kind of struggled to find their own identity. It's kind of like we have a strong suit or strong meta towards the peacock meta, but we also want to try that standard meta, which haven't really worked well. So for them, they really have to decide what are they going to focus on.
Here's the thing. I agree with you, they need to decide on what their thing is going to be for Team Rey, but at least they tried to test it out. In comparison to RSG, where it feels like they don't have the initiative. It feels like they have somewhat of an identity, but to execute it, it's all based off of Storm, and he's not paying attention to every sector of the map.
Honestly, I don't think it only relies on Storm or even Vipo as a frontliner to set things up. Oftentimes, I saw that they tried to do something, but it's more toward, as you said, the chemistry, the teamwork, where the follow-up is nowhere to be seen, and this oftentimes causes the enemy to have a chance to counter-react.
That's why I think the team looks passive, right? Because again, the front line's so far ahead, but the back liner's so far behind. Like, if you are going to shout at your team saying, hey, look at me, I am going to make something happen, you look at that guy until it happens.
Well, I will say maybe there's a disconnect right here, right there. So probably gonna need some time to fix it up, but I'm not sure how Bunny coming into the lineup, is it going to help or not?
Yeah, that's another thing that I'm curious about, because Zav's performance, it's something, it's interesting. I'll give the kid that he has the mechanics, but he's so disconnected with the team. It always feels like when the team wants to group up, he wants the split push, or vice versa. He wants the fight while the team wants the split push.
But either way, I feel like this is a good chance for Bunny coming in from Vamos. I'm pretty sure if he stays in Vamos, not much of playtime will be given to him. But at least this time, we can give a little bit more spotlight for him inside RSG Malaysia. And hopefully, his debut here will be a good one.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Actually, now that I think about it, when you were coaching previously, was Bunny in your radar before? Have you noticed his name actually been thrown around, or maybe some of your own players individually are like, man, this Bunny guy, real annoying to play against?
You have to understand, the time where I was coaching, I would think it was probably like 6 seasons ago. So no, most of the names that have come up inside the MPL current season is all new, freshest face. So no, Bunny wasn't on my radar.
Oh, this was before the MAL was even established?
Yeah.
Ah, that makes a lot more sense. All right, fair enough, fair enough. Sorry for putting you on the spot there, but it's time for the drafting phase to arm our Warriors with the best weapons possible as they make their way into the land of Dawn. With that being said, good luck to both our Warriors, good luck to both of our teams. The points are going to be important, and a 2-0 is the most ideal as we head into the drafting phase.
Oh, I just remembered something. With the changes to Chuzin, will she still, stay as a top ban?
Well, here's the thing.
I think Chusin can finally be let go and maybe Zaz enter the party to be banned out.
I feel like, because currently they've changed her max cap in terms of mana. Her stacks have also changed as well. I'm not too concerned about the stacks, but the main thing is the mana, because that also predetermines whether you can pick people up and chuck them multiple times.
And based on the mana that was updated and given, if I'm not wrong, based on my calculation, he can only pick up once or twice before his mana runs out. So in the end, in the laning phase, enemy can abuse this and just walk up to his Lantern Flare.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right about that. Having only the threat of one throw is a little unfortunate for Jushin, but that means that she's going to scale better in the later stages. Maybe even mid-game to late game is when you expect to see her actually do some legitimate work. But in the meantime, let's see whether or not both of these teams are actually even thinking about it, because I'm seeing Fovia's chip for the side of RSGMY on red, by the way, and Team Rey on blue. RS have decided, I don't like high loss, despite it getting, well, the numbers have been changed around a bit. I don't think it's going to put him completely out of the meta. Fanny and as well as Roger. Roger's the surprising one.
Yes, I mean, so far, except for Roger, the rest is quite a standard ban. And this is what I meant by I'm feeling that Chusin will be out of the meta a little bit. So this allows Roger to be banned out with your head. So Zaz is still available to be picked up right here.
I don't think that they would just let, unless there's another priority pick that they care about. I mean, technically both assassin players don't mind picking up the Hayabusa or as well as the Ling. I think the dangerous first pick of Fulvius is already out, and now that Zushin's a little bit weaker, I guess it has to be Zaz.
I was thinking of Edith actually.
Edith?
The flexibility, because especially if they're going to go up against Zaz, Edith is one of the counter, because the onward can just, well, pretty much disrupt Zaz ult.
The Dominators, the Nightmaric spawn, you can reposition it.
Yeah, so the onward, that is actually why Edith is in the meta.
Interesting. Personally, I feel like as long as you have somebody to absorb the Nightmaric spawn, that works as well. Because it's a very short displacement for Edith. It's not like a Final Slash where it's like, nope, we've seen teams actually play the Arlet to try and move the Dominators and send out of the fight.
But in a good hand, it's still going to be quite annoying for any Zaz user, which is why currently they focuses more on the Harit that was let go together with Arlot. I'm excited to see how this Arlot going to play out in the early game, but let's focus more on the pick for Rey Esport and Team Rey currently, because Zaz is available. They can even go for Ling if they want to focus on the thing. But what about Hayabusa? Is Hayabusa a higher priority pick than Ling currently?
I don't know. Honestly, with the slight quality of life changes, they opt to go for the safe option of playing the Julian into the Vexana. Like, they're expecting Maima to pick up Sasuke again.
But Julian has just been nerfed. In terms of damage for the early game,
well, that's only for his enhanced sights.
Yes, but
so here's the thing, right? With Julian, especially when he's up against the assassins, yes, your sights may not necessarily have as much damage, but it doesn't mean you can't set it up once more with the enhanced chains.
Because one of the things that pro players like about Julian is the capability to get a pick off or get a kill at level 3, and that was one of the main reasons why they were able to do it. So without that, I'm not sure whether Julian should still be in the meta, but Zaz, as expected, will be brought in by RSG.
Okay, everything seems very atypical for now. Very coordinated from the side of Team Rey. It looks like they've done their homework, especially on blue side. But let's see how RSG addresses the questions here. Red side, they're going to have first ban on the second phase. What are we looking to ban out here? Gold laners are still missing. We're not sure whether Edith is EXP or Roam just yet. Maybe focus on EXP laners, because it feels like RSG always prioritizes Rippo's pick for last.
I mean, for Team Rey, they're either going to go for banning out a jungler or even focuses more on the EXP laner, because for RSG, they still haven't shown any tanky front line to help set up or zone out in the front line. So I guess that's a good idea for RSG. Currently, yeah, like I said, a gold laner should be banned out, but no, Terisla. So they're still expecting. I mean, Edith is a flexible pick.
Edith is a flexible pick, but now we're seeing a lot of the patched heroes being banned out, which gives me two questions. Either do they truly believe that this patch basically meant nothing, or have they not experimented enough to truly know how far the nerfs and buffs have gone?
This is what confused me, because they still pick Julian, even though it's nerfed, but they ban out Matilda, which has been buffed. So, you get what I mean? I mean, are they adapting to the patches or not?
I think that's a good point. I never really thought about that. I feel like they haven't adapted to the patch just yet, but at the same time, I can somewhat understand the Matilda ban out, right? Because again, you're looking to isolate a target, chain him with the CC. If they purify, at least make them run rather than just dash out of there for free. We see the Claude ban for the side of RSG as well, and it looks like maybe RSG is more prepared for the patch. I don't know. The Terizla feels a little weird because I haven't experimented his weakened laning phase.
Actually, I'll say he is nerfed for the early game, but towards the late game, actually
he's extra tanky.
He's extra tanky. That 5% damage resistance gonna go for a long way, especially if you attach it or complement it together with the new item.
The Twilight Armor.
Twilight Armor, yeah, has not a new item but has been buffed.
Has been buffed significantly, in a matter of fact, from 800 to 500. That's so crazy.
That's only on how to triggers, but also 20% damage reduction on top of it. Oh,
it's just money. It's cash money to have, especially against burst compositions, and especially when you have naturally inbuilt DR or damage resistance. Damage reduction for those who don't know. All right, now that Tigreal is banned, I feel like assassins are free to play for RSG, but those first 3 picks from Rey are like, please pick an assassin for us.
They're asking for it. Will RSG give a respawn or actually hold on to it and actually shows either this outlet going to be roam or EXP later? It really depends. Does RSG still want to keep their cards hidden or not?
I feel like in terms of cards hidden, it could be a composition where it's trying to trigger Arlet as many times as possible for the early mid-game as their main interaction before Harith gets online. I mean, maybe mid-game is going to slow down a little bit, but until Harith gets 3 items, we see the Minotaur get locked in by RSG. Team fight composition looking very strong.
I mean, either team fight or also a pick off with a final slash and just burst down a single target. That really depend on RSG. But more towards Team Rey currently. Are they going to stick on a single target heroes if it's being allowed by RSG? But it really depends on how they want to play. They also have to consider who's going to be doing the zoning out or even play kiting around Zaz, because especially now, they still doesn't have any tank killer.
Let's see, because we're seeing the Barats get locked in here. I'm guessing that's going to go into the EXP lane, and there's your tank buster that you were looking for. Currently with 1 ban and 6 total picks with a 67% win rate, one of the better win rates here in MPL MY. Carry gets locked in.
I like how Team Rey is now sticking to their identity. Onward, Earthshatter, Detona's welcome by Barat. Both are single target lock. Both, I'll say, focuses more on the pick-off meta that kind of less symbolize Team Rey.
Oh yeah. Pick off, combo, get a free kill, walk away. That's what I'm seeing from Team Rey through and through. Many different ways to actually enable it. 3 enablers in a matter of fact. 3 really good follow-ups, and the overlap being Vexana, who's good at both.
Yeah. And especially still giving them a little bit of ability to clear the wave in case they end up in the back foot. And now the last pick.
Alpha.
As we discussed that for Team RSG, they still haven't have any other tank killer except for Zaz. Alpha gonna fill in that slot, and pretty sure gonna give a little bit of trouble for Edith and also Barat in the front line.
Pretty good. It looks like RSG is gonna be playing closer towards the EXP for the early game, and then towards mid-game transition, they go down to gold. Unless Team Rey applies a lot of pressure, I would assume, down by gold lane.
But looking at both draft right now, Team Rey going up against RSG Malaysia. RSG Malaysia seems to be going for that prolonged fight, while for Team Rey, they're trying to get a kill and get out as soon as possible.
Fast-hitting tactics from a Team Rey. Expect them to be somewhat aggressive at level 4 in comparison to their opponents who want level 4 and they want to fight around those neutral objectives. Our very first game this Friday of week number 3, day number 1 at the MPL MY. Get ready for it as we head into the land of Dawn, brought to you by Hotlink, our 5G prepaid. Join it now while you still can. It's your time. Let's load on into the land of Dawn.
And I'm going to be focusing a little bit more towards a Team Rey in the early game phase, because being in a Julian, that's what you want. A little bit more aggressive to get an early kill and kind of give you the lead that you need to left behind your enemy, especially towards RSG MY, where Alpha, a little bit tanky towards the early game. If there is a follow-up, they should be able to get a kill, but it still takes a little bit of time it's not going to be as fast as how Team Ray is capable of.
Well, let's have a look at that, right? Because again, when we look at the emblems, the things that stand out to me is that Maima always plays for scaling, right? The fact of the matter is, he's looking to scale tenacity from Bunny as well as Storm. I get it for Storm, but Bunny, I'm surprised he didn't take like Master Assassin straight away to try and hard win the lane.
I mean, Maima, no matter what hero, he's always going to be that late game insurance for RSGMY, as proven again and again, especially with the Nova Rhea. So bringing in Zaf, I don't see any changes should be made for him.
All right. Let's see whether it's going to get punished later on, right? Because at this point of time, because they don't have Wilderness Blessing, he won't be able to rotate as quickly, but then again, his main job is to kind of sit there in the back.
And not to forget, actually with the current patch, the damage for Zaf has been nerfed a little bit, so maybe this is what he needs to balance back the power before the patch.
Well, technically, to be fair, if we're talking about like lane matchup, Vixana has an overall better scenario compared to Zas, because Zas can bully you out, right? Drop down the Nightmare Spawn, what are you going to do? Auto attack my created minion?
I mean, laning, sure, but what about around the neutral objective area? Especially on the first turtle right now, going to be focused on by both sides, Team Ray and RSG Malaysia. And from the look of it, Storm, minion free probably not going to be up by that first turtle unless Team Ray not going to take it as fast. Okay, it's still going to give some time for RSG Malaysia to get prepared for it.
I like this because Kids, he's trying to hit level 5 as soon as possible, and Rank QT has been power farming the entire way. If RSG wants to take their time, they absolutely can, because Storm is almost 4.
Yeah, and now Eevee.
Oh, it's going to be the final slash to pull them out of position. Daytona's welcome to find one. It's not great because Julian is able to steal away the turtle at the same time. Rank QT finds Eevee. He wants to get one more, but Maima takes out Virgie as well. RSG, with just a sliver of health, already found 2, looking for a third, and the nerfs have come through as Rippo finds the last 3 for nothing in favor of RSGMY.
This is what I was talking about. Prolonged fight will always favors towards RSG Malaysia. If they stay any longer than that, Team Ray gonna get picked off one by one because they do not have the capability to continue their fight. I mean, Julian focuses on one combo only. Eevee, Barat, Daytona's welcome. After that, you're done. Your job is done. And the same goes for AJ using Vexana. As long as the Eternal Guard is already been thrown out, that's it. But if we compare to the RSG Malaysia, Harid, Zaman Force, the continuous dash, have no problem to dishing out a damage. Same goes for Maima and also Rank QT. The longer you stay with them, the longer you are in a danger zone.
Hopefully they can shorten down the time, right? Because unfortunately, we're definitely seeing the nerfs on that enhanced side. It is not as good as it used to be, and the fact is, Kids has decided to take Impure Rage rather than the traditional Warcry, because that way, in these prolonged fights, he actually finds some value when he's doing an extra 12% of bonus damage when he triggers it. Oh, I just saw Rippo purchase a very early Thunderbell so early on. That was like pre-4 minutes.
I mean, they already have 3 kills under the belt. They got the first turtle, and if this continues on, no problem for them to head towards the second turtle, which will be up in 20 seconds. But it seems that Team Ray going to focus on RSG Malaysia gold laner first, but Storm is nearby, preparing to do any backup is needed.
I like this, right? Because again, it just goes to show that Storm understands, all right, the early phase of the game is basically done. Now I need to cover the opposite side of the map because Rippo can free farm with Thunderbell.
I mean, looking at the jungler, is Alpha is a fighter. He doesn't really need babysit. The only main core that you have to protect is either Havid or Zaz by Maima. And in this case, it's better to focus more on Havid because he only brings in Purify. But currently,
no Infuriate. Oh, into the final slash on the third hit. Daytona's welcome to try and turn things around and buy time, and they find it. A Daytona's welcome collision. 3-man hit by Rank QT's Spear of Alpha. The reply straight away from RSG. You will not outplay us in this team fight.
I mean, I guess the only silver lining is that Trap is still alive. He still managed to get a kill, but pay the price of 4 life for that fight. And as I said, it happened exactly how you imagine it to be.
Yeah.
Right? The longer it stays, no problem. Bunny comes in with the Zaman Force, 1 by 1 is being targeted, but not forgetting, Rippo with that final slash.
Yup.
That was a good opener.
Dude, I mean, Eevee saw the setup. He saw the Minoan Fury coming through. He goes in for the Daytona's welcome and even gets the collateral. That should have been Team Ray's fight, honestly. But RSG, they played it so well. And even Rank QT finding a 3-man Spear of Alpha to ensure the trade. Things could have gone gotten a little bit better for Team Rey, but right now it's a losing scenario, right? 3.8k in favor of RSG MY. Oh my god, we're looking at the items. Everybody is so accelerated.
Yeah, everybody from the side of RSG is way ahead in terms of goal if you want to compare to Team Rey. I mean, they're already 4k ahead in terms of the net worth currently. So for now, RSG Malaysia, all they have to do is keep pressing on the attack and probably focuses more on map control, which is why they're focusing on getting the tier 1 on top. I mean, Team Rey is probably going to try to protect it, but I don't see any way they can do it.
I mean, they're going to try. The final slash comes out, cancelled by the Daytona's welcome. Eevee using the anti-CC portion of it to keep himself alive and maintain position. 42 seconds until the next turtle actually spawned, while Kids on the opposite side of the map. It feels like Team Rey is allowing Kids the space to farm up and accelerate himself, while the rest of them are protecting Trap to ensure late game.
Now I'm getting worried, Gideon, because Team Rey focuses more on the single target lockdown, but as we're heading towards mid-game, late game, it's going to be focuses more on the team fight. And RSG, Malaysia, based on their arsenal, they're just a better team fight.
They are. That's why I'm hoping AJ hits like a nasty ult or something. I feel like Eevee, yes, he can lock down one target. Maybe he can collateral if he's lucky. Kids could maybe hit like a 2, maybe even a 3-man enhanced chains, but that's probably not ideal. So the only other person it falls down to is AJ, right? Who has some form of AoE. They try to go for the pick off and stow him. He manages to flicker on out of there. Paima and Rippo patiently waiting for somebody to disrespect, but they zone them out entirely from this turtle. The next turtle falling into the hands of RSG MY. Daytona's welcome once again coming out. Poor Eevee. Flickers away. He might survive. Dominator's Descent does come down. Repositions to ensure that Eevee cannot get out. And Rippo able to stick onto him like glue.
No problem at all for RSG Malaysia to do a continuous team fight towards Eevee, because they're not really focuses on one combo while Team Rey does. So in that kind of situation, probably Eevee should have left a long time ago when it doesn't seem like they're able to contest for that last turtle. But here's a problem. Most of the time, people pick up Babat, especially for the objective, neutral objective fight. Because the Daytona's welcome can lock down the enemy jungler, no retribution, which means an easier situation for your jungler. But 2 turtle has already been taken by RSG Malaysia, and I'm pretty sure if they still haven't get the rhythm down on how they want to do the team fight properly, it's going to be happening the same thing towards the Lord take later on.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with that. At this point, I think the only use for Daytona's welcome is truly if Bunny now, he's changed his name, Bunny doesn't have his Purify available off of cooldown, or maybe just to force Storm to use the Minoan Fury, maybe get his battle spell out. I think those are the only 2 use cases.
The problem is, if they are not able to kill off whoever that Eevee decided to pick up here. Because the problem with that, RSG Malaysia, if they can sustain out the first combo, that initial team fight combo from Team Rey, everything's gonna end up badly for them.
I feel like the team's just gonna ditch Eevee. They're like, Eevee, you just stand there, you be a good boy, don't worry, give him a little bit of gold as charity.
We tried, we can't, I'm sorry, but we gotta go.
Sorry, running out of time. We gotta hit the Mama Grill right before it closes, man. Don't worry, you just stand there and hold the fort down for us.
But for now, Team Rey, they really have to hold down the fort, because with 5k gold lead, RSG Malaysia have no problem continuing this dominance. They probably just gonna be able to get the first lot as a freebase, and probably gonna help them to take down at least, I'm hoping at least 1 inhibitor threat from a Team Rey. And for Team Rey, we gotta see how are they gonna make it back from this situation. And I'm focusing more towards Trap, because Trap, towards the whole situation, still haven't died, still alive, managed to get 1 kill, but is it going to translate to be the lifesaver for them towards later on?
Honestly, I don't know, because it's a little tough to close the distance. There's no real target to actually free hit. Like, if you want to free hit Storm, you have to worry about Minoan Fury and then getting out of the Minoan Fury. Maima has Dominator's Descent, so don't have to worry about that. Rank UT, really dangerous to stand close to, especially right now when he is snowballing. Level 14, a level ahead of Kids in comparison to Trap currently at level 12. And even Rippo as well. Getting Final Slash is not ideal. You'll almost guaranteed to lose a battle spell if you miss position.
Either way, they still have Holy Defense to help them a little bit to make this defense to make sure to protect their inhibitor turret. But I can really feel the nerve for Julian, kids have not been having a good time currently. Zero kill, 2 death, and 1 assist.
Yeah, I know he likes to play the Julian, but I feel like considering how much split pushing he's done, you might as well go for the link. Here comes the Dominator's Descent with the help of the Lord to ensure the first inhibitor is already collapsing. RSG MY trying to look for that checkmate angle, developing to a 6k gold lead and maybe another inhibitor on this next wave. I'm seeing a lot of Winter Crowns being purchased. This could be a potential dive. We'll see.
I mean, with their competition, have no problem doing so, and now.
Oh, Daytona's welcome, already connecting, throwing them underneath the tower. Oh, Winter Crown from Rippo is able to find the stun flickers out of the way, but doesn't get the angle onto AJ just yet. Still outside of the base, another inhibitor is going to be protected here by Team Rey. 1 missing, 2 still standing. RSG MY forced to back down.
I would say objective achieved by RSG Malaysia, because there was only the first tier of Lord, so no problem at all if they're not able to destroy all 3 of inhibitor turret. At least getting 1 and is towards the long lane.
Yeah.
And this will actually help them for the second Lord take. Team Rey, now they have to decide who are they going to put to defend the top side. I mean, if they put Trap, that means they do not have the damage to take down RSG Malaysia in terms of team fight later on.
That's a good point. I think it's got to be AJ or Eevee, right? No, Eevee's got to be in front.
I'll take it. I mean, who else have the mobility?
But then
who else have the mobility to go from the top side towards the pit as fast as possible?
Trap. Because unfortunately for kids, it takes 6 to 7 seconds for that dash to come through, and it's not a very long dash. I would say it's almost the same distance, well, slightly longer than the Phantom Step coming in from carry.
But you need Trap, otherwise there is no answer for Minotaur, there is no answer to Alpha and even Allot. But as you said, carry does have the damage. He needs somebody to set up for him, give him the ample time to burst down one by one.
How efficient can you get?
No, I don't think so. But Conceal?
Conceal's already out. Eevee doesn't have a lot of stacks here. Dominator's Descent. Oh, actually, not bad. Okay, so they got Rank QT Spear of Alpha, and they also got the Dominator's Descent for free. The only thing left that they have to work on is Stoem's ult. That's the big kicker here. If they can get rid of maybe a Final Slash or the Known Fury, they might have an opportunity here as they both fight for position. Stoem right on top of Eevee. Oh no,
oh no, Eevee.
Flicker. He's got to use Daytona's welcome. Yep. Using it as an escape tool. Rippo waits for it. He gets hit by the fear. Hopefully he's able to get back up. Flickers forward and finds gets into the Minoan Fury as well. Kid's still holding on, able to use the enhanced sword to get on out of there. But the Spear of Alpha, with the help of Harith too, chases them down. Kids and Eevee take the L.
Allot with a reduced cooldown on the passive, combined with Vengeance, it just allows him to stick to the enemy like glue. I mean, they tried to run away, but Rippo, having the time of his life, taking his time, deciding, is it now? Alright, I think it's now. Flicker and Final Slash right on top, 2 of Team Rey's member, and that allows them to take down the kids and also Eevee.
It's crazy because right now Rippo gets to play the game for free, right? He gets free marks from Storm on the knock-up, either knock-up, Minoan Fury, or just the leap alone, and Rank QT Spear of Alpha. So both of which, if they hit more than one target, it's so good for Rippo. He's looking for a position again. As we see this Lord start crashing down towards the base, it's collapsing real quick. The Crystal is in some trouble here. Lord's still very healthy as the waves start to push through. Eevee's trying his best to clear up these waves. Dominator's Descent is blasting it down. Mega kill for Maima as they drop down their own. The Guardian is going to try and protect. Waves cleared. Second wave coming through as Maima is still trying to power through the mini Lord. The Crystal should eventually fall as they outlast them and sustain through the pain. RSG MY take game number 1.
Good job to them. Kudos actually getting that first point of the day. This is definitely going to add a little bit more pressure towards Team Rey for the second round after this. But I have to say, from the start of the game, they're a little bit more relaxed, a little bit kind of wait for the advantage, comes into their momentum, and when that happens, nothing stops them.
The fact that they took the initiative is different from last week. Before this, it's like, oh, we're behind. We have to play it slow. No, they're pushing advantages. They're waiting for those mistakes. And these are great key moments because that was prime RSG last time.
Which kind of worries me because for Team Rey, they actually they don't want to bring in the lineup to do some like pick off, single target lockdown, but we're not seeing that. I mean, maybe we're seeing it, but we're not seeing it being done clearly. And probably one of the factors why it happens so is because the damage is not enough. The damage from Julian in the early game is not helping them.
Yeah, I think that it's not helping them. I also think that maybe the carry might have been a mistake because she's a little too short range to get in these fights. I feel like maybe even a Beatrix would have been better because then it's a faster in and out. I mean, let's look at the highlights here. We'll show it to you guys because most of the time, I would imagine that in the stats that Trap's damage isn't too great as well.
I mean, if you're not being the chance to dish out damage, of course it's going to be this, as you said. But currently we see that team fight and more team fight coming up.
It's so
most of them gonna be won by RSG Malaysia because based on the draft, they got Final Slash, they got Minuin Fury, they got Dominated Descent to hunker down and dishing out damage continuously, not forgetting Bunny had the free time of his life because, as we said, Team Wave focusing on single target, but they're not reaching their target.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they are, but then the counter engage is just too devastating. I mean, like, you go on Maima, he goes into Dominator's Descent, it's like, oh no, my pickoff ran away, the fish came off of the hook.
I mean, I really want to commit to this. I mean, if we commit to this, they just know that Final Slash and Minufi just gonna hop down on them.
Yep, no surprises there. MVP of the game, given over to Rippo. Zob's just chilling on the side, and we'll take the win. He still has the personality. It's toned down, but still has the personality.
Oh, I just realized, if this continues on towards the second round, this will be the first time we'll be hearing Repo.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. We haven't had an interview with him for quite some time.
Since the start of this season.
I would have imagined that we would have gotten at least one of them during week 1 or maybe week 2, but we're already at the halfway point and still no word.
But Repo coming in with an R-Lord, buff R-Lord actually, we can really see the value of the reduced cooldown for his passive, which allows him to keep on engaging towards the front line, stick to them like a glue, no problem at all, and in turn also help them to initiate much better.
Personally, what do you think about the changes to the Thunderbelt? Was that a necessary change? Because it felt like, considering his lead, it could have been much worse.
I'll say it's a fair adjustment towards the Thunderbelt. Because previously, Thunderbelt, you get defenses, you also got damages. Alright? So at least now, you only get defenses. Like, come on, man. This item is placed inside a defensive equipment. You're not supposed to get offensive with it.
Yeah, but I read the developer notes. They're like, we want you to do big damage later down the line.
Hey, if you want to be a tank, not a tank and a killer at the same time. Don't confuse people, right?
Man, EXP laners are getting shafted. We got rid of Rizla now, and things are not going well for our role, boys and girls. Now, looking at the post-game stats here, let's look at the item list, because unfortunately, as expected, a majority have not hit. Wow! Dang, AJ is really under-farmed. 14 minutes and he's only got Blood Wings. Yeah, Blood Wings and as well as the necklace. I definitely thought he'd be a little bit closer to the Holy Crystal.
I mean, can't really blame him. I think starting from the first turtle, RSG actually have majority controls of the lane. And in turn, it also causes AJ not being able to focus farm because he is needed everywhere else. Like I said, in the early game, they want the damage come from Kiss, but no damage coming out from Kiss. So in turn, AJ have to pick up that responsibility.
I see. I mean, that makes a lot more sense now. Actually, now that I think about it, why didn't they change Barats to not have mana? Right? Out of all the changes to heroes not having mana, why wasn't Barats part of that conversation?
I mean, let them have that experiment feel first with some of the heroes.
Yeah,
I mean,
cut the Claude.
Like, come on.
Like, what?
Come on, let the team adjust a little by little towards the changes, right?
You think Eevee's having a good time taking Common Emblem? Every time I see Common Emblem now, it's like they need to get rid of the mana.
Repo is just having the time of his life.
Yeah, he can go full tank emblems and take no punishment for it. Oh, recall back to base because of mana? What a sick joke.
And the thing is, the trades during the early game, Repo can just do it again and again and again without getting punished.
I'll admit, Ripple did well in this laning phase, right? Especially against the Barats, because generally Barats is able to clear the way faster, doesn't really interact with you, and then somehow he's chunking you out while he sustains forever. But let's look at the damage numbers here, and as expected, Trap currently at 19. I thought it'd be a little bit lower. 19's not too bad, but AJ with 33,000.
No, I'm more worried about kids.
I mean,
Lower
hey,
than
man.
Barat. Almost the same as Virgie.
Wait until we see structural damage.
Okay.
He pushed the bottom side really far down.
Yeah, maybe the reason was he's not able to dish out those damages. That's why he was put towards the side lane.
Maybe you should have played Ling. Honestly, I do think that...
Link, Hayabusa, both are getting buff. No, not Link, but Hayabusa at least.
No, I would say Ling a little bit more. You need the travel speed.
Okay.
You don't need the kill. You don't need the kill potential. You need the travel speed. Although I will say the kill potential would have been quite nice, especially in the earlier stages, so that kids doesn't lose out the first hurdle. Maybe.
But here, let's look at the total damage taken by both sides. Where, for me, look at Maima. Only 8,000. I mean, almost 9,000. But this also means that there is nobody that actually do a proper zoning, because maybe for Team Ray, they focus too much on the setup and nobody's doing the zoning. Because, well, it is going to focus on picking up somebody with an onward, Earth Shatter, together with EV, Barat, Daytona's Welcome, only single target lock. So, in turn, if the damage dealer is not the one being caught, they have a free time of their life.
Maybe we need to go with revert to Popo and Koopa, right? Like, I don't know. It feels like there's just too much health on this Dominator's side. It takes too much time to commit to it. And yeah, as expected, total turret damage. So far, Kids and Trap are the only one who are able to touch these turrets, but you can see that on RSG side that they're focusing very much. Every single one of these turrets goes over to Bunny. The faster Bunny gets to his items, the faster we close out this game.
And as we discussed in the early game just now, how once RSG realized that they start to have the momentum after the first or second turtle, they started rotating towards Bunny to make sure that he has the comfort to get all those resources. And true enough, gold per minute, hold by Bunny.
Yep, he's doing a real good job. 767 7 gold per minute. I mean, if he was farming the kills on top of it, probably would have broken 800 no problem. The carry obviously going over to Maima. He's dealing too much damage. Eevee, the unfortunate sandbag in so many of these scenarios. That's why it feels kind of bad to play Barat. There's no middle ground with him.
I mean, honestly, the standard comp would be Barat as a single target lockdown, and then you complement it with an AoE team fight, CC, to be in the lineup to at least balance it out.
We'll see how they're going to adjust, right? Because I felt like in the draft, there's not much of a winning position. Your lanes are already kind of skewed. The only real laner is AJ, but even you need him to rotate out. It's not like he's winning lanes, just that he pushes faster.
And honestly, if you're looking at the item build progression, there's not much differences between Bunny and Trap. The only clear differences is how the opportunity to dish out damages is different toward these two gold laner. This is how we don't really feel the presence of Trap just now.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, for sure. Because with it's all within standard timings of when they achieved it. Maybe for Rippo it's a little bit earlier because of his lead, and he forced straight away into Thunderbell and then look for tier 2 boots and not the opposite way around. Overall, I think that at the end of the day, with the accelerated pace that RSG was playing at, and the composition that they have, I definitely think that Team Ray might want to reconsider their second pick and ban phase, because I think that's where we saw the most problems. I think their first 3 picks, very standard. Okay, you have the Julian, sure, maybe that can change, maybe that could not change, but it's that second phase that they really hurt themselves.
And I know that this is currently assassin meta, we will say it, but bringing in a fighter as a jungler for Ryan Cutie seems to be able to allow them more freedom to be more active in my mind, because they kind of like have 3 fun lines. Like back then, we will have to say nobody is being active, nobody is starting something. But now with 3 front line, you have more option on how you want to start things off.
You can approach the situation differently and from many different angles as well. I'm okay. Maybe that's the way that maybe that's the way they're approaching it. Rather than being like passive, let's just give you all of the tools and then you just have fun with it.
It's kind of like, okay, Rankity, if you're the assassin, you need to be careful. You need to take your time, decide where you're going to come into the fight. But now we're giving you a fighter. Joins in Repo and Storm, which give more space for Bunny and Maima to do follow-up damage.
I really thought for half a second after we saw the Arlet lock in for RSG, they're gonna double down. they're gonna select Akai just to make sure that they can like go for the heavy spin into the vengeance.
The old combo. But honestly, with the reduction for the Alot passive now, they might not need Akai combo at all.
Hey man, you could be spamming it every 0.5 seconds compared to waiting 6 seconds standing there. Alright, I'm gonna do it again now.
It's okay, at least they have a little bit more damage coming in from Rankuti. And not forgetting the true damage to melt down the tanky front line that was coming up from Team Rey.
Well, actually, since we have a little bit of time, what do you think are going to be the adjustments for the upcoming game, right? Like, from Team Rey's perspective, do they still stick to blue side, or should they make the switch over to red?
Okay, statistically, we're gonna say just move towards the red side. For MPL Malaysia, I don't know why, but most likely they have a better chance of winning at red side. Probably because, like we discussed, they are much better at counter drafting.
Yeah, I don't know why we suck at first picks.
I don't know why. I mean,
something about the
it's kind of like we cannot dictate, we cannot lead.
Yeah, we can.
We cannot lead the draft. We cannot lead the meta on how the game's supposed to be, but we can react. We can counter it.
Maybe it's because like other regions and other teams have their like one signature pick that everybody just needs to get rid of. It's like an auto lose. Like give Kyrie Fanny for an example, that sort of area. But let's have a look at what Eevee has to say. From Team Rey, do you feel that this meta suits you as an EXP laner? And he says, yes, this EXP meta suits me. I can play all the current EXP meta heroes. I feel that my expertise is setup heroes, and most of the EXP meta heroes are also setup heroes.
Yeah, I have to agree. Except for, let's see, high loss, I wouldn't say a setup.
I mean, it's kind of a setup.
I mean, it's kind of like zoning and then like setup left to the rest of the teammate. That's up to you, but I'll start something.
That's like Rafaela saying, don't worry, I'll set it up for you guys. And holy healing speed!
Oh, holy baptism!
Holy baptism! Guys, while you still have the opportunity, holy baptism your way over for M6 when you have the opportunity to. Book your tickets early while you still can. It's going to be held in Malaysia, so it's going to be a fun time. A replay of M1. By the way, that's the last time we saw Indonesia actually take an international tournament. So Indonesians, please come on over. We need your help.
Alright, switching up the topic right now.
We're not forgetting about you, North America and Philippines. We love you guys too. And EECA and Latam and MENA. And man, we got way too many regions already.
I kind of miss Japan actually.
I do. Right? The way that you're looking at me right now, you're giving me mad ideas. It's time to get into the draft. Currently, with match point, RSG will hold priority on the blue side. Team Rey have decided to stick to red.
Let's see what's gonna. Wait, if I'm mistaken, was it Rey? No, Team Rey was
on
blue.
Yeah, Rey was on blue, and now they're on red.
Okay. At least they have a little bit buff coming into the drafting. Hopefully that will help them to win this second round. But for RSG, Hamid is being banned out together with Jawhead, while for Team Rey, Phobius and Chip, I mean, if you're on the second pick, you don't really have much choice on what hero you want to ban out.
I mean, you kind of do. You can let the Phobius go just for funsies.
No. We have seen what's going to happen after that.
Honestly, it looks like, based on the performance of the new patch and as well as the scrims, this seems to be a standard ban for both sides. Like, despite the fact that they've switched a lot of similar bans.
Why do I feel like Team Rey is just going to let go a lot of assassin of choices for RSG?
Because RSG let a majority through last game, so now it's like, I'm gonna copy your homework.
I kind of feel like they want to force us Rankuti to go for assassin, kind of like mess up with what they are already comfortable in the first round, like the fighter jungler.
Ooh.
I feel like, okay, that composition works for them. Let's disrupt it. Let's bait them out with an assassin jungler, just to mess up with the formation.
Just to mess up with the formation. Let me think about this for half a second. Okay,
let's see if RSG get an assassin for jungler.
Yeah.
And then if they loses.
Wow, this one's scary. I don't know about this one, especially with the new patch. Jushin is going to be the first pick here. That was another pick that I was thinking about, like whether or not they want the Jushin or they would prefer like nerfed early game Zask. Can be a little difficult sometimes. But man, if they're going to play Jushin, what are some of the synergies we should expect? Like, I'm thinking Glue, I'm thinking Gatot, I'm thinking Grok, I'm thinking anything that can slow down your opponent. Arlet as well is good.
As long as they have a soft and a hard CC, there's no problem at all. I mean, most of them can be comboed together with Chusin, Lantern Flare. But it just, I want to see how does he does towards the laning phase. whether that Lantern Flare actually going to bite them back or not. But Fanny being picked up, together we eat it.
That's a big pick. Really, really big pick here. Kids is confident. When he has a high mobility assassin, he's very confident in his plays. But at the same time, we'll see whether RSG has an answer to this, right? Because Fanny is very punishable. Most assassins, and especially if they're purple buff assassins who highly depend on that purple buff for that extra energy to actually play the game, RSG might have to rethink about EXP. How do we get control? How do we get control through mid lane as well? Maybe with their support.
And I know I wanted a fighter jungler for RSG, but looking at Fanny right here, I cannot see a matchup between Hayabusa and Fanny.
Hayabusa and Fanny? I think that'll be a fun matchup.
I mean, Shadow kill while Fanny's trying to steal Cable away. Let's see if that helps them or not. But Alot coming into the lineup again. And Julian being picked up by RSG. Okay,
I think it's okay.
It's fighter.
Because at the end of the day, Julian can, at the very least, can knock Fanny out of her steel cables with maybe the chains or even enhanced chains. He can get out of the cutthroat with the enhanced swords. Julian overall has been early in the meta a natural counter to these assassins with his early game damage. Now it could be a little different because we see Team Rey lock in the Yve. Now this is very interesting because Yve somewhat, like if we're talking about max range to max range, Zhu Xin is able to outrange her, but Yve can quickly get in and out.
Yeah.
One Void Blast, get the movement speed, walk away, you don't have max stacks anymore.
So most of the time, Yve is being picked up as a natural counter towards Chu Xin actually. But it really depends on Yve will be combined with what? Real world manipulation and what? Is it going to be implosion? Is it going to be nominal blast? It really ups towards Team Rey. But I don't think Onward and Earth Shatter is enough to complement this Yve pickup.
I think maybe a Grok pick might actually help here. Anti-CC is always good. It goes well against the Julian. It goes well against the Arlen as well. And if you need like setup and disengage, you have that in your back pocket. And Edith can be the +1 in case things get bad. Or if it gets better, multiply it by 2 times. Cho gets banned out by Team Rey. I think it's a smart choice. RSG, they follow up with Natan. Huh.
Because when you see Yve being picked up, that's also means the enemy team doesn't have enough magic damage. And usually they try to fix this up or balance it out by picking a magic damage dealer for the goal line, lane. So usually the choices is Nathan and Harriet. Both are already banned out.
So what decent options do they have? Oh, a Grok ban? It feels like all of these bans should have been on RSG side, but alright, sure, they don't want to deal with Grok. Goes both ways, even though they have first pick on red side on this second phase. RSG looking to respond.
What I feel like high loss is what Team Rey want to bring in here.
I feel like that's the case as well.
Because it will help with the magic damage, the lacking of magic damage for Team Rey. At the same time, it will be a good frontliner, continuously punishes a lot if he wants to play aggressive in frontline.
Personally, I think that Team Rey, they've got control. They've got control over that mid lane. The only thing that makes the difference is if they have a support that takes concussive blast to speed up that wave clear. I think I understand why the Grok gets you get rid of the Grok. The Cho as well roughly makes sense. The Gatot from RSG, it feels like the game plan is a little skewed. I don't know. Personally, to me, in terms of like the way that they are banning, there is some ideas, but not an overlap.
Yeah, it's kind of make me question. I mean, I feel like Team RSG already have enough magic damage to actually burst down Gatot Kacha. No worries there, but for some reason they're banning it out from a Team Rey. So, like you said, maybe there's a certain strat that they want to bring in. We just have to watch and see.
Yeah. I mean, Arlet and as well as Zhu Xin, really nice combination. Zhu Xin picks somebody up, pulls them back. Arlet dashes on in, gets a stun, rinse, repeat, do that over and over and over again as many times as possible. They might want to have more triggers for that Arlet, but as you called it, the high loss gets locked in by Team Rey.
High loss. Now they only have to figure out what goal laner they want to bring in, and this one is dependent on RSG last 2 pick, whether they really need another tank killer as a physical damage. Maybe carry is still available.
I think it's the Moskov here, right? Because you're expecting the enemy team to come like directly at you. And with the knockback from Moskov,
Speed of Misery,
yeah, you might be able to outplay the situation, if not buy time for Zhu Xin.
But it also dependent on RSG Malaysia. Are they going to steal that option away from Team Rey? Because honestly, Speed of Misery against Fanny is still a good option.
If not, it's got to be Claude, right? Natural counter to RWM, they're standing still, BMI, Blazing Duet, get into the backline straight away. maybe to outplay the Fanny as well with the BMI. Let's see what the preference is going to be. Ruby, I like it. Another way to trigger the Arlet, but also works well with Jushin and the Claude. That one's definitely preference.
My main concern for RSG right now is in terms of damage. Is it going to be enough for the early game and mid game? I know for the late game it's going to be enough with the Cloud coming in clutch later on, but at least with the Ruby coming in, Donan Wooking will make sure that Fanny not going to have a free time.
Yeah. I think the only early game that they have is with Julian as well as Arlet for now. And that's under the assumption that Arlet is getting thrown into the sport position anyways.
Another thing that I'm concerned more about is that for RSG, they don't really have a tanky frontliner as of now.
Oh, you're right. You're right. They actually don't have like a hard tank.
When with that, there's no problem bringing in Beatrix into the lineup here. Have burst damage enough to burst down Squishy Hero.
Lots of combo potential, lots of synergies. Yeah. I see the big webway in their composition. Interesting. So this time round, I think that it's going to be a little bit more even. I think the strategies are quite clear, but let's break it down here, Zan.
Like for me, Team Rey, this changes up from the normal pick-off meta and focuses more on the team fight. But are they comfortable with it or not? While for RSG, as we already discussed, is the damage for them throughout the game will be enough to allow them to have a proper team fight.
I think it's whether or not they play this early game well from the side of RSG. They need to snowball to make this composition truly at its peak. But Team Rey, I have to agree with you. I haven't seen them play this composition before. They haven't been making default comps work, but it's time to test that theory out here in the land of Dawn. Currently at match point, it's going to be RSG versus Team Rey. RSG going to be starting off on the blue side and the Team Rey on the red side. Purple buff start 4. Oh, wait a minute. Rippo is going to be helping him out. Storm actually going to double up onto the mid lane straight away.
Yeah. And another to forget where RSG already got 1 point, so the pressure is on Team Rey to actually make a comeback for this second round. So they probably towards the early game have to play a little bit more safer, or also need to focus on kids. Fanny, how much of an impact will he bring?
Yeah, he's got to be able to snowball this game right now. Maima doing a very good job of just abusing Jushin, really getting a lot of max damage here. And again, you could see that the only way he's able to get like a double pickup is if his Lantern is on 2 people. But here comes Kids, looking to try and punish someone before he hits level 2 here. Virgie gets pulled back, and Kids finds first blood straight away. Storm did not want to flicker.
I mean, this is what we want to see coming in from every single Fanny pick, especially bringing in Little in action, just to allow Kids to have that extra damage to make sure he finishes off the enemy.
Now, I would like to see Eevee get a little aggressive here. Honestly, he shouldn't allow Rippo to be able to sit in lane at all. He should technically just man fight him straight away and then hold out. Storm making sure that he is sticking very closely to the Kids. He does not want that early game first blood to happen again to anybody else.
What I feel a little bit of disconnect for Team Rey. As you said, for Eevee should be playing a little bit more aggressive, and it seems like for Chusin.
I just thought about this. I just thought about this interaction. Now that Jushin's Lantern only triggers when somebody is in it, you can face check, you can check bushes really, really efficiently without even like having to guess anymore. But here comes Kids once more trying to go for the execute on towards Maima's side. Committed the ult but could not find it. 2 different targets as Virgie unable to close the distance. Turtle still up for anybody, but 12 more seconds until that purple buff spawns for Fanny.
Yeah, but Fanny is not known for neutral objective taking, so most of the time Eevee focuses more towards Eevee and AJ to look whether they had the chance to allow Kids to fly by and get that retribution steal.
Maybe he could try. I do think that the bottom side of the map is a lot more gankable. Seeing that Bunny is very aggressive with the BMI, but here comes Eevee with glorious pathways. RWM on straight away. Rippo tries to stop it, but Kid says no. Now Maima, being the anchor for the team, is able to find one, but Eevee takes the trade back onto Ran QT. And now with Team Rey, it's going to be a 2-for-nothing scenario. They're going to be able to take this turtle for free unless, man, RSG, they've already stolen it away. Purple buff now take 4 Kids.
I don't know what is it about Maima, but he just have this magical ability to just clutch us when the thing is not going into the favor of RSG MY, and that's just what happened just now. Allowing them to get the first turtle, well, when we see that Team Rey is ahead in terms of kills, at least the economic differences is not that huge.
Yeah, but here comes Kids once again, and sees all three members, is able to take away the Litho Wanderer without giving a trade back, and that's going to be Blade of Heptases complete for him.
Now we got to talk about how are RSG and Malaysia are going to lock down Kids. This fanning. I mean, yeah, they're bringing in a final slash, they're bringing in round 1 Wolf King, but is it going to be enough to stop Kids from getting kills and kills? He already got 2 under his belt.
Yeah, they got to stop him from getting that purple buff, right? That's the biggest problem. You just never know when he's going to attack. And at this point of time, we see that Bunny, not much of an EXP lead, slight gold lead, but honestly dead even between the two lanes. Bunny's gonna try his best. Oh no, he's stuck in the middle, forced to use his BMI as well as the Blazing Duet ends up getting blasted anyway. There's just too many resources getting blown on him. Bennett's Rage, not to mention even the RWM.
I would say that is just not fair to Bunny. I mean, he tried his best, tried to juke out all the damages, but ain't no way. Front and back, there's no escape path for him at all. But now, towards the top side.
Oh, it's going to be the hand swords to hop over the pit, using that Retribution so that Eevee can't keep up. Luckily, he took Ice Retribution.
Just to have that little bit increase of movement speed just to get away. Otherwise, he just get caught by Eevee. And now, focuses on towards the second neutral objective. Is it once again will be taken by RSG Malaysia, but at the same time, will Team Ray manages to punish them by taking their life?
Honestly, I'm curious to see whether Bunny is going to get involved, because it is spawned towards his side of the map. Most teams actually send the gold laner onto the opposite side to farm up. Well, let's find out, because this could be a potential 5v5. That's purple buff achieved by Kids. He could split push right now. But Ray taking it slow. Flicker coming in from Virgie. Combos well with the Bennett's Rage towards Rippo, forcing him to flicker out. The RWM to cut off any escapes necessary. Vengeance to try and run, but Kids is like, nah, I'm a zone, and I'm gonna get the kill for free. This is going very well for me. This is a clean turtle take from Team Ray.
I mean, just like us, it seems like Kids have all access toward this land of Dawn. No problem at all. Either he wanna bait out some skill set or go in for the kill. Not to forget, the combo will move from real world manipulation and Bennett's Rage from a trap just now.
Good decision from Bunny to head to the top side of the map, but now getting attacked, lose half of his health, and now Trap will get a tier 1 for free on the bottom side as RSG looking to reply. Oh, Kids! Getting pulled in by the I'm Offended, but still makes it out of there. That's why the purple buff is dangerous.
They tried, but the damages is not enough. This is one of the main concerns. Yeah, they managed to catch us Fanny twice, but not enough damage to do a follow-up, so he's still going to walk free. But now...
Oh, here we go. Glorious Pathway once again. Blazing Duet on towards the fence. Losing a majority of his health. The Trap wins that out with Virgie finding the kill. Trap able to win out and also get the kill as well. Storm next to fall to Eevee. Wow, my god. Eevee just face tanked it. I thought they changed this hero.
Eevee with a vengeance. While the Blazing Duet was there, coming in from Bunny, it seems like it's only going to take his own health down. And this is what allows Eevee to remain standing and also manages to get a kill.
Maybe Bunny was thinking, if I hit multiple targets, maybe I can power through him. Oh, wait, no! Perfect JCC by Rippo and Maima. I thought he was going to get out of it again, but Kids doesn't. He's able to drop through the RWM as well. A lot of resources wasted by Team Ray.
I mean, I would say there was an unnecessary risk taken by Kids. I mean, when you look at Rippo, when you look at Storm at the same area and you still want to be there, I mean, you're just asking for it. The dude's respect.
He demands respect, and RSG will honor it. Here, I thought maybe Team Ray was going to try something once more. Eevee was in position to maybe pull off a gank, even with his Glorious Pathway ready to rip. 8 more seconds till we see the next turtle. So far, in terms of wave management, both sides have been very vigilant with the way they've been pushing.
I mean, if you're talking about the map control, not much differences between the two teams as of now. So I would say it's pretty much balanced. Just a little bit more towards the Team Ray because they managed to take down the 2 outer turret. But in that situation, RSG Malaysia, they've been holding on pretty well, considering Team Ray has been playing aggressive with 8 kills compared to 1.
Yeah, it's pretty good, right? Because as much as we like these assassinations, it's not really going anywhere. He gets this turtle, Rank QT secures it, Bennett's raging to the RWM as well. Earth Scatter doesn't connect onto enough, but Bunny QT is going to try his best with the Blazing Duet onto the back lines. Kids still so much damage. Trap is just cleaning them up. Rank QT though is able to outplay them all. Out-sustains with the help of Stoem and Maima. Wow! That's how they win fights. They just drag it out. drag out this fight until no ends. Kids, he's trying his best to clear this lane up and does the job. But RSGMY, the raw sustain.
I mean, if we're looking back at the instant replay, I would say that Team Rey a little bit late to start this fight, where RSG Malaysia already finished off the nature objective and they are ready to pick up on the next team fight.
I mean, just look at this. Rank QT, he jumps on in with the enhanced swords, gets it again to buy himself extra time with the iframes. Oh boy, this game is looking a lot tougher than what we imagined. RSGMY are not backing down.
And now we can see that the goal swings towards RSG Malaysia's side. It was 1.5 ahead for Team Rey, but now it's being held by RSG Malaysia. This could be the moment where the start of winning point for RSG Malaysia. It just depends, are they able to widen the advantage with this or not?
I think we need to see items so far, because the next power spike should be when Bunny QT, roughly around 12 minutes, should achieve... No, but he's 0-3 right now. I'm not too sure about his gold compared to Trap as of yet, because once he gets that Trinity build, that backline is not going to be safe anymore at max stacks.
Yeah, it really depends on Bunny coming in the clutch later on towards the late game on how he want to catch his Trap and also AJ. But like you said, it seems like there's going to be a new mechanic.
Ah, see, he knows!
For best check. Alright, as long as you see that mana being going down, like, yep, there's somebody there.
Before this, it's like, oh, okay, I gotta wait until I get like necklace, sorry, not necklace, glowing wand before I can know for sure. But now, it's so different. He's just checking out his mana bar. He can clear every single bush underneath the sun. And RSG, they love it. They love the information. Now they know that they push them out of the lane, they hard shove, and then go back to the housekeeping.
You know, this was supposed to be a nerf toward Chusin, so that his teamfight capability is a little bit weaker. But it seems like this helps him too much.
I mean, it's a quality of life change for Zushin, because none of her other abilities use mana. It's literally just the Lantern Beacon.
Quality of life for the team. Literally, they can just left Chusin alone in the mid lane and like, yeah, I can tell whether there's people or not, right? Don't worry. You guys can go ahead and make some rotation towards the other side.
Hey man, that's why it's a beacon. Oh, this is not looking good for Eevee. They could technically still stack. Oh, there's no more mana. Okay, so it's still technically nerfed. Rank QT is able to get out of there with the help of the enhanced swords. BMI forward from Bunny and max stacks. They're trying to set up. The flicker final slash doesn't go well. RWM into the benefits. Ray trade away and Rippo falls. The next is going to be stolen as it gets gunned down by Trap. Nibiru is doing so much work, letting out the passion, clearing up that wave. And Rank QT, Maima and Bunny, they're forced to respect this.
I mean, I feel like RSG Malaysia should have installed a break. When they see that failed attempt of initiate from Rippo and Storm, they should have call it off. Let it go, let them have it, we're still ahead. But no, they committed to it and they got punishes for it. Team Rey, well, basically this shouldn't even has been theirs.
Yep. I'm thinking at this point, all outer structures should fall into the hands of Team Rey, considering that there is one middle turret. Two middle turrets, one just got taken down, so 3 turrets left, 3 turrets times by 250 roughly, so that's about 700. So we're expecting roughly about a 2k swing, assuming that they get the jungle as well.
I mean, it was somewhere around 800 gold lead for RSG Malaysia, so you're not wrong. It's almost a 2k swing for Team Rey just now. But now looking at how Team Rey going to make a push with this first lot, and we got to see on how RSG Malaysia, their capability in terms of making a defense, in terms of the capability of clearing wave. I don't think there's much for RSG Malaysia.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, to be fair, it's not too great for either side. Maybe, well, of course there's Eve. Oh, Rank QT getting butt blasted. Every ult underneath the sun. Chain CC perfectly trapping Virgie. Do a really good job there with Eevee's catch. Now with the Lord, this might enable them to actually take the very first inhibitor of this game, but they're just utilizing the Lord to poke out their opponents. They're waiting for the second wave to actually collapse, but nobody bothered to actually take on over the mid wave. And now T2 still stands and collapses a little late. Team Rey, they're totally fine with this.
They tend to give a little bit more pressure towards multiple sides so that RSG Malaysia will break up their formation and they can decide on which side they want to focus us on. But currently RSG Malaysia manages to defend well, even so without the help of Rank QT just now.
I don't know. I think they should have synchronized the waves a little bit better, right? Like,
I do agree.
T2 mid honestly should have cracked ages ago.
It's kind of allowing Team RSG Malaysia to defend one by one. Like, okay, let's defend bottom. Next, let's focus on the top, and then back towards the mid. Like
it's like it's like going to a restaurant and collecting stamps, but it's just that last one to get that free cookie, and they're like, "Nah, we don't want it.
No, we don't need it.
We don't need it, good sir. We'll come back next time for it. We'll claim it later." But here comes EV once again to try and intercept, and it looks like the interception is going well. They even dropped down the glorious pathway to hopefully find them. Even the RWM to slow them down. Rank QT is trying his best to survive. Trap ends up finding him anyways. It's gonna be the vengeance. And straight away getting blasted. Bunny QT is trying to keep that distance, but this is not a good fight at all. There's no winning scenario for RSG. They should have backed away much sooner.
Like I said, they should have installed breaks for them to actually play a little bit more disciplined and have to watch out on how teammate, because just now teammate was just waiting for them to go a little bit outside of the safe area, a little bit outside of the inhibitor turret before trying to catch them. And this will goes on again and again if RSG Malaysia haven't realized it yet.
Yeah, honestly, I think they really have to pick and choose where they fight, right? Because let's set the conditions for Team Rey. They want close quarters. They want RSG and NY to be really compacted to each other to get valuable ults.
Yeah, so that each of their combo can layers on top of each other. But now,
EV getting pushed out of the way with the final slash, and it looks like he's getting absolutely shredded down. He's got the immortality, and that's more for Team Rey, as the RWM is such a big deterrent. Virgie in the front lines, keeping them in the real world manipulation. This is our game, not yours. Team Rey with a 5k gold lead, looking to close things out.
3-man knockup with Earth Shatter. Man, Virgie is popping off for the second round. They're trying to make a comeback, trying to go towards the match point later on.
Match point, yeah. They want to equalize, and it looks like, oh, Maima losing 50% of his health, having to use his ult, and he's trying to run away from Eevee. Pulls him back in and allows Storm to get the kill. They could buy a little bit of time. All they need is 6 seconds. Buy those 6 seconds. Nibiru's passion, and as well as the in-hand sword right on top of the back line. It doesn't matter. They've done it. Team Rey holding on. It doesn't matter how many members left, because the lore cracks down on the crystal to equalize the score 1-1.
1-2-1. Team Rey manages finally to close out the game once it is inside of their favor.
Whew. That was hard. It was a hard-fought battle between both of these teams, but Team Rey, the composition, it was a little too nasty. The wombo combo's too good.
But to be fair, we did discuss, since the draft, in terms of damages that are coming in from Team RSG and NY, and I feel like it's solely lacking for them to actually achieve an easier team fight compared to Team Rey just now. Like you said, combos on top of combos, which whoever get caught will be gone.
It's tough. I personally think it's super tough. It's one of those things where the draft, it really goes to show that the draft matters, right?
Yeah.
We saw a winning draft coming in from RSG, and now we've seen a winning draft coming out from Team Rey. But that begs the question, right? Does that mean that red side is still the most optimal side, or are people just a little too lenient on blue?
I'm not sure. For today's, especially this series between Team Rey and RSG Malaysia, is it really the red side and blue side thing, or is it actually Julian?
Ooh.
Because twice, Julian has been picked up.
You're right.
And it seems like the impact in the game is not there.
Okay, wait, let's look at the highlights first. Because I feel like there is impact, but it's hard to see when he's trying to iframe out of situations. And worse yet, especially when there's a billion things happening all at once, it just clutters up your screen. I think the Glorious Pathway was one of the biggest problems, because as much as you want to use the hand swords to get on out of there, you can't really run away after that.
And I feel like RSG Malaysia is not playing according to their strength, because with Ruby and also a lot, your focus is more on counter engage. But instead, when they try to engage, they get caught up in the open. And then it's easy for teammate to punish them.
With the Eve pick, I don't know. I think that's a big deterrent for me. That RWM is really, really good, especially for moments like this, where you're too far away to close the distance against AJ, but you're already so close to getting out.
That's why I say, they should have waited for Team Rey to initiate first before doing anything. Because otherwise, AJ, look at that fail anthem, and he's just gonna real-world manipulation and whatever combos.
I mean, at this point, let's give it up for our MVP of the game. Taking a quick break here. Eating some Mommy Monster here as he yawns. Pretty easy game for him this time round. It's Trap. Big plays on this Beatrix. I mean, it's good that they've adjusted, right?
Yeah, and one of the concerns that we have is that, yeah, you have a pick-off setup, but what about the damage dealer? Finally bringing in Beatrix, and it's gonna complete the setup for Team Rey.
It's the Wombo Schwambo, man. The Wombo Schwambo. Beatrix has been getting a little popular even amongst the other MPLs, mainly because the setup heroes are very single target.
But it's just that rarely we see Beatrix being combined with Idiot. Usually we go along either Chow or even Kaja. But Trap and Virgie proving that there's no problem for them.
No problems whatsoever. Let's look at the item build and see if they decided to build anything interesting or out of the ordinary. For the goal laners, pretty standard, but even for the supports, also relatively standard here. Nobody decided to rush the Thunder Belt on either one of them.
I'm still waiting for Twilight Armor.
That's the thing!
Especially against a combo-wombo setup by Team Rey. At least that will stop the damages.
I don't know, because I can understand where Rippo was coming from. It's like, I could get Twilight Armor, or I could just get Winter Crown. Just like dodge all the damage entirely, not just wait to take it.
I mean, maybe not Reaper, but maybe Storm at least.
Storm? Does he have enough of a health pool to do that? I feel like Ruby doesn't have the best health growth.
No, it doesn't matter about the health goals, because the base damage reduction is already quite high, 20%.
True. And you're basically getting a free Terizla passive. 20% at that stage of the game. I suppose so, right? Because it works together. You need enough max health to be able to sustain even if you do have that 20% extra DR. Because even if with 20% DR and you're taking 1,000, you're still taking 800 damage.
Yeah, that one of the things that have to be considered here. But for Team Rey just now, I would have to say they came into the game with a clear mind, clear strategy on how they want to do their team fight, and they executed quite well.
I think more than quite well, very coordinated. They made sure that the waves were collapsing at the same time. They made sure that they did their housekeeping. And most importantly, I think for kids, that early game was such a good moment for him to exploit these weaknesses like Storm trying to be aggressive and hitting level 2 early mid.
It's just that I feel like towards the early game, I don't see the same enthusiasm from all side of Team Rey, because you see the kids is already going very aggressively, but you can see that from the EXP side, EV was just taking a chill pill, not really giving too much pressure towards Repo. I mean, I feel like they could have dominated the game more.
I definitely think that in the laning phase, Eevee could have done a little bit more in terms of zoning against Ripple. At the end of it, though, I feel like Eevee, his strongest suit is when he's in those team fights, right?
Yeah.
Like they said in the WhatsApp messages earlier, he is good at playing the meta heroes. Better yet, the fact that it's set up, that fits his style.
Yeah, double slow coming in from Hylos and also Yves, making it way easier for Trap, for kids to pick and choose who they want to kill. And thus, that is why we can see the damage output coming in from Trap and AJ is quite high, including with kids, because, like I said, they have the free time of their life to choose who they want to kill or not.
Yeah, man. You look at the comp, there's just so much CC, and you're totally right, Pure Devil, because again, with so many combinations, it only makes sense. Let's see the damage taken to see if it's even worse. Oh man, dude, Stoem took so much punishment. I mean, Ripple, understandable, but Stoem in particular, just getting comboed out of his mind.
I mean, this is one of the reasons why I said that RSG should have focuses more on counter-engage instead of trying to start something, because it's so much easier for Team Rey to punish them.
Actually, what do you think about this, right? Because a lot of people understand that, like, yes, counter-engage is important against a team that's very heavily focused on throwing all 5 of their members. But how do you force that motion out of your opponent, right? Somebody's got to be a sacrificial lamb. There's got to be like a trigger point before the initiation occurs for Team Rey. And I think that's the hardest part for RSG, because none of their heroes really wave clear that great. So they're either a little bit later or a little too early.
I see, I understand. I mean, it's kind of like in this situation where they don't have a choice.
Yes, yeah.
They like it or not, somebody has to go in front and be that guy who gets sacrificed. And it seems like this time around, it's Storm.
Poor guy. The poor guy. The poor man. I thought maybe he was going to be the sandbag this time around, but after the stats, it only makes sense that Eevee was going to be that frontliner. The whole Hall of Famers here, all by Team Rey. AJ taking 2, surprisingly enough. 17, best wingman. They didn't even give the guy the kill.
Yeah, I mean, all he did was just slow down people. And every team fight is compulsory to have that real-world manipulation to make sure they can lock down the Team RSG.
Truly, truly. But honestly, the early game scenario where we saw Kid find that very first blood, that accelerated him so quick. He skipped T2 boots, he went straight into Blade of Heptases, and he achieved it just slightly after the 4th minute mark, which means that if anybody is low or out of position, they are going to get blasted.
I like how Trap rushes toward Blade of Despair here. Like, he's that confident that somebody's going to get caught, and all he have to do is just finish it off with Bennett's Rage.
The funniest part, you know that he's not scared. He decided to go for Swift Boots. He didn't even bother going like Warrior or anything that. He's like, nah, man, give me attack speed. I may have ammunition, but I'll deal with a reload time.
And this kind of like complements how the team work for Team Rey currently, and I hope that coming into the match 3, they will continue with this formula.
I like the formula so far, but I do think it's punishable, right?
It is. I mean, to be fair, it's not the cleanest team fight or game plan for Team Rey just now. We did see a little bit shaky team fight, not a little bit disconnect on what they want to do at a certain time, but overall they manages to win it.
Yeah, I think as long as they are winning these team fights, a lot of things are pretty easy to get through, right? Especially when you've got winning lanes, you've got all the management in the world, you have full control over the map. Once you check these 3 boxes for a team fight composition, you can basically do whatever you want. You can rule the land of Dawn with an iron fist.
But it also seems like the impact of choosing in terms of team fight currently is not that great. You can only pick up like once or twice in terms of team fight, and it's not enough.
Yeah, I feel like it is also not enough, and it doesn't help that they also changed the total mana cost for certain items. Like Clock of Destinies, for example, used to be 800 mana, now down to 400, right? Which is actually gigantic for someone like Zhu Xin, who had her max cap reduced as well on top of everything else.
Now that Chusin also have to consider Wishing Lantern if they want to top up back that 400 mana.
Yeah. Hey, at least with Wishing Lantern, you get 10% more CDR.
A little bit more
worth it.
But he doesn't need cooldown.
She's like, yeah, so good. Use my ultimate like multiple times, man. I'm unkillable, man. Trust me, boys. Trust me. I buy concentrated energy, it's over.
Which brought up the question, currently in terms of top pick, top ban, I feel like we're going to see some changes coming into the week 3, and this is why I'm excited for week 3 to start actually, because not only the new patches, but finally we're starting to see the true color, the true potential of each team.
Yep, that's the beauty of it, especially when we're at the halfway point of any MPL, right? From what used to be, okay, let's test out the waters, to, hey guys, we're getting really close to falling off the edge of this building. Let's pull ourselves back.
And currently there's a message ringing.
Yep, it looks like it's RSG Rippo here. We asked him, how do you feel after the match against the JP Niners? And he said, I feel sad and frustrated because the team has been performing really bad. Like, seriously, there are many aspects to look at, and even the audience can see it. I really want to win, but with the current situation, I don't even know myself, and I don't know when the losing streak will end.
It's all about the mindset. Think of it as today. Today is the day you start winning. You have to go into the game with that kind of mindset, you know?
I mean, after game number 1, I think that there's definitely hope for
there was a potential. We see that potential. But the same thing can be said for Team Rey. And honestly, these two teams is at the bottom tier of our chart. And like we said, they really have to step up. And we have seen that. It's just that in the last round, I'm sorry, there's only going to be one winner.
Yep. I mean, drafting issues in both. Maybe gameplay could be adjusted a little bit. Zavs is head coach now. I can't. He's chill. He's making sure he's motivating the players, keeping that energy up. Because right now, I think that if I was in RSGMY's position, I would feel like, so far, yes, this game is a little difficult overall to play because of how Team Rey approaches the situation with multiple targets, looking for man advantages all the time. But both of these teams have one bad habit in game number 3. They all revert back to comfort.
Oh.
So I don't know whether we're going to see Ruby once again for Trap. I don't know whether it's going to be like, oh, just give me the Claude and it's going to be a good time. Maybe even the Beatrix once more. I think the onus is a little bit more on RSG in comparison to Team Rey, but who knows, right?
I mean, they really have to start thinking on what works for them, especially for Team Rey. If they want the second round with this kind of composition, they might as well go ahead with it, because they kind of loses for the first round with the pick-off meta for the single target lock. They switches things up with the AoE instead, and it works for them. And hopefully, they didn't turns back to the single target meta.
If they do, I think adjustments in terms of the first 3 picks need to change. Like, maybe not the first pick, but definitely the next 2. Because we've seen time and time again that Julian is just not cutting it out. I don't know if Julian's going to make it an M6 at this point, at this rate, you know? I mean, guys, don't forget, M6 happening in Malaysia. Scan the QR code. Start booking your tickets while you still can and plan for it. It's happening towards the end of the year.
That's actually a good point. Are we, again, going to see Julian in the lineup in either of these teams? But honestly, I want to see Hayabusa, man.
Yeah.
I really want to see Hayabusa. He's not being banned out. He just got a little bit of buff to execute the damage much more at a faster fire rate. So why not?
Yes, yes. I just want to see 12 slashes happen in 6 slash time. I want to see that happen so quick. But it's time to head into game number 3. We're going to head on over straight into the drafting phase between both of these teams to arm our players with the best weapons possible before we head into the Land of Dawn. Good luck to the Brains before we head on over to the Brawn. Our coaches have already started the bans, and ours and Team Rey have decided to go on the blue side. RSG and White have decided to go on the red once more.
Let's see the trend. It seems like RSG has a little bit more an edge here to get a winning because they're starting from the red side. But let's focus us more on towards the draft that is being done by both teams. Roger, Halos being taken out by Team Rey. They do not want to deal with that kind of like continuous soft CC.
Yeah, especially when the soft CC doesn't stop and the target is almost unkillable. It's not a fun time unless you're a tank buster. But I do think the Roger ban is kind of interesting from the side of Team Rey because it doesn't feel like anybody really wants to pick Roger at this point of time. Maybe as a jungler more so than a gold laner, but with Harith and especially with the current Claude, it can, and Moskov as well, it can be a little difficult.
And speaking of a gold laner, no more Roger, no more Harith. It seems like a teammate focuses more towards Barney right now to make sure that he doesn't have a good time debating inside RSG for today.
Maybe. It could be another side to attack. We'll see whether RSG is picking up on this. I'm pretty sure Coach Behave is thinking about this, where it's like, okay, I could have banned out another gold laner, but instead, I'm going to go straight into the atypicals here. They get rid of the Phoveus. I was wondering, getting a little worried, honestly, whether or not that was going to get banned.
Obvious, and also Hellos Edit is available, but no! Fanny first pick!
Yep.
I mean, this is a saying that I keep on saying towards the BM side. If it's not broken, why fix it?
Yeah, why fix it? Don't. I mean, the term is supposed to be don't fix it, but in our case, why? Just, well, you don't need to. Fanny is good, but still the counter picks. This is the important part, right? Because RSG let so much through towards the second phase that a majority of the heroes that they were looking to maybe take got banned out. So maybe Storm picks up Cho super early on. Cho +1, Cho Arlet, Cho Edith, Cho... man, what? There's got to be a better start than this. Cho Aurora, Cho Zaska, added into the mid lane.
I think Cho Vexana.
Cho Vex? I was thinking maybe even Zas. Oh, Matilda?
is picking.
Arlet?
Arlet and Matilda.
Let me think about this for a second.
I mean, focus more towards kiting and counter engage currently, and in terms of mobility, is that what's in their mind? Focusing on mobility against mobility?
I think so. I want to say yes, but I'm not 100% confident because they did change Matilda a little bit. Her skill, her guiding winds aren't as... The dash isn't as long as it used to be. They had a quality of life change to the Soul Bloom that you can activate it while just running around so you don't stop. We see the Valentina and Edith get locked in by Team Rey.
But with the changes towards Matilda, with the Soul Bloom, I'll say it's much more easier with a reduced mana cost. Will allow Matilda to continuously harass in the jungle area, and this could potentially disrupt purple buff take for kids.
That's actually a really good point, in a matter of fact.
Especially with Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha as well, the power farm, that early game like we saw in game number 1, maybe they're trying to replicate something similar. I do think that the Valentina is kind of interesting coming from Team Rey, because they're expecting these big ults, and they know for a fact that, hey, at least worst comes to worst, we get Final Slash.
Why? I mean, I feel like it's Team Rey that focuses more towards a big team fight ult, but they're getting prepared against it. I'm not sure this is actually a right choice for Team Rey, but either way, focuses more towards the next stage, which is second betting phase. Tigreal, like we just mentioned, no more AoE CC for Team Rey.
Yep. They're still, if they're worried about AoE CC, they probably would also get rid of the Minotaur as well.
Minotaur.
I would make an argument for Grok, but that's conditional, because they know that Arlet for a fact is going into the EXP lane, since Matilda has shown. Let's see what Rey is worried about.
I mean, for RSG, they could just ban Minotaur and then they take Grok for themselves as the first pick after this.
To live is to
And then
Oh, no, sorry.
I'm thinking like, did
I'm
Matilda
sorry,
get some like ratio changes?
I forgot they already picked up Matilda.
I was thinking whether you're going with your
No. I'm not trolling. I mislooked just now. I'm sorry, guys.
Look, if Franco gets locked in...
I mean, to be fair...
No, don't you dare.
They still didn't have any single target locked yet for Fanny.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong. It's conditional. It's not like a hit scan where it's just a one button press and then you locked her down. Ooh, okay, yeah. All right, yeah. All right, it looks like we're on the same wavelength.
Wait. A lot is going to be either EXP or Roma. What else is the single target?
He's
is
be
Chow. If they need somebody tanky,
Matilda's already there. He has to be EXP.
Oh, he has to be EXP.
He has to be EXP.
Oh, sorry.
So that means it has to be the mid laner. The mid laner.
But mid lane they can lock.
RWM?
RWM not gonna lock Fanny.
I mean, it's as good as it gets.
Aurora?
Aurora is not bad.
Definitely grabs from Vexana could help a little bit.
I think I will feel a little bit safer with Aurora. Personally, right? Let's see what Team Rey bans out.
You know what? The best choice. Idora.
You look me dead in the eye. You look me dead in the eye. Pull down his sunglasses. Trust me on this one.
I mean, it's the assassin meta. And trust me, any assassin will fear Idora combo.
Hey man, I would rather the Aurora. At least I can protect myself, you know? This is an MMA match and I don't have the referee screaming at my ear. Protect yourself. Keep your hands up.
Okay, at least with Nathan, a little bit more mobility to make sure towards the back line, he can have that little bit more protection, more step, in case Fanny just goes straight to him.
Yeah, and also some scaling at the very least. I don't think there's like an optimal gold lane pick for Team Rey, is there?
Beatrix? Yeah.
Oh, you're right. And they're also going to double up with the Kaja. Interesting that they chose Kaja. I would have imagined.
I feel like they don't need Kaja. They already have Edith and they have proven that it's enough for them to get a combo out. As long as onward Earth Shatter and then can goes into balance stage, whatever. And Kaja is like unnecessary because who's gonna tank in the front line? Who's gonna do any zoning for Team Rey?
That's a good point. You probably won't be able to find it. I think they're assuming that Kids is able to replicate that first blood on that Beatrix and then get early Blade of Heptases level. Then like 6 minutes, they just, as soon as they hit level 4, they're using Beatrix and as well as Fanny to like find kills across the map. That's what I think is going to happen.
Well, let's see if that will work.
The Zaz!
Zaz, this will be considered as a safe pick. I mean, it's a two set of different questions for both sides. For Team Rey, who's gonna tank? Who's gonna do the zoning? While for Team RSG, who's gonna lock Fanny?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of questions. I feel like it's definitely gonna come down to an outplay. It's a little difficult to predetermine who's gonna be the winner after all of this, but let's soak it in for a second, right? Break down these compositions for us, Karakuri.
Alright, for Team Rey, once again, focuses more towards the early game combo, early game kills, and focus more toward getting that snowball. While RSG, they still have the potential to join the fight in the early game with Alpha, Zaz, Matilda, and Alot. No problem there, but still have an initiative towards the late game with the scaling from Nathan.
Yeah, man, Team Rey, they've got to execute really, really well to make this composition work. It's going to be a lot easier for RSG overall because they naturally scale as we head into the Land of Dawn. This is going to be match point. Whoever wins this walks away with 2 clean, honest points. Good luck to both of our competitors.
Good luck to them, and of course we have to see how they're gonna execute each of this on strategy. Will they work or not? And of course we gotta see on Team Rey. Fanny once again in the hand of kids with first blood will be the main priority in his mind.
Yeah, they gotta find that first blood somewhere. They gotta replicate what happened in game number 2. In the meantime, Storm really taking advantage here. Oh, level 1 guiding wind rather than Soul Blue.
Yeah.
Just doesn't want to trade as often. Just wants to have a little bit of sustain.
I mean, that kind of explain why he's kind of like guarding Run QT jungle as of now. If he took the Soul Bloom, he should be in the enemy's jungle. But now, currently, kids on the way.
Really taking their time here, contesting for like just
kids.
Piece of farm. Here comes kids. He's
Alpha.
on Alpha. Alpha should be able to get on.
All right, finally. I guess that's it. That's it. That's it for our show, folks. A little bit late, but it's okay. It's fine. No damages has been done from both sides just now. A little bit of scrimmage, a little bit of HP trade, but nothing wrong with that.
That was like a Family Guy cutaway. It was just like, hey, look down to the bottom side of the map, and then cut back. It's like, oh, one of the camps are missing. Guess who got it? Not entirely sure. Both junglers still hit level 4 on time, and that's the important thing. So far, the lanes have been pretty neutral overall. It doesn't look like Bunny is trading too heavily, and actually is waiting for the wave to crash into him. But Rank QT tries to steal away a camp and has to get bailed out by his by Stone's Matilda.
I'm more interested towards a goal liner matchup here. It seems like Trap is having a little bit of trouble going up against a Bunny. I mean, I'm looking at the position and the health trade.
I mean, that's to be expected, right? Beatrix has higher base damages in the beginning, but we'll see later down the line. This is under the assumption that they make it, but even so, first turtle of the game. Maima looking to zone out AJ for the time being. Dominator's descent to be an even bigger inconvenience, but kids finds the steal cleanly against RSG-MY. That's gotta be so frustrating.
All that hard work just to be taken by the enemy side, a flyby by kids. Managed to make it out untouched, which one of the questions that we raised just now. Who's going to stop this Fanny? No single target law. He's free to do whatever he wants, but on that note, we still haven't seen any pick-off, any kills yet coming in by Team Rey.
Yeah, it's a very passive, tempo-based game as of right now. We are seeing that Team Rey are taking the initiative to give a double wave over to Trap now to accelerate his economy. He's going to take like, wait, he doesn't even take the full wave. He takes like 2 minions and then walks away.
I'm more interested to see, will they allow Trap to finish Blade of Despair before they're actually going to start finding kills on spoon-feeding Trap again and again. And once that happens, they're going to start snowballing.
Last game, he got it at
6 minutes.
Like roughly 6 minutes, 10 seconds. We'll keep that in mind for this upcoming game when that actually occurs.
Because it's kind of like they know that is the strong suit of the draft that they're bringing in. So they don't want to risk everything too early on. So Kid plays a little bit safe. Just play at the same tempo as what Trap is doing.
Yeah, just because you got a loaded gun doesn't mean you have to use it. It's about timing, patience here. That's a Blade of Heptases coming in from Kids, and now he's going to have some legitimate burst damage for anybody who disrespects the space. And Maima, he's got to be a little quicker on the fingers with that Dominator's Descent before he gets Cutthroat. In the meantime, protecting these purple buffs is going to be pretty important, especially when you're expecting an invade.
Even though there's nothing going on, but Team Rey still manages to stay ahead in terms of economy here. 1k goal ahead. And if this continues, RSG just going to lose out little by little. And for me, maybe it's time for RSG to play a little bit more aggressive. I mean, if you're going to compare the early game power spike, RSG is not losing out, actually.
Yeah. I thought there would be more priority over the EXP lane, especially if Rand QT wants to get a free gank, but hasn't been the case. Let's see if there's going to be another drive-by.
No.
Nope, no drive-by. Rand QT secures it cleanly. Trap. Oh my goodness. 4 minutes, 37 seconds. The man has already completed the BOD.
And it should be soon. They should switch up the gear for Team Rey to make sure they start gaining kills for Trap. And this will just snowball towards their side.
Oh my goodness. How do you afford such an expensive item here in comparison to Bunny, who only has Feather? But now we see that Bunny able to use the entropy to get on out of there as Eevee is sustaining through two members. That Soul Bloom really making the difference here as Kids waiting for it, biding his time, but doesn't have enough energy to take out Bunny. More importantly, it's holding on. He has a cutthroat, doesn't have enough to burst him down. AJ is gonna go for the chase, and Bunny saved by Stoa Virgie. He's trying to cancel this recall. Luckily, flickers forward, still has the empowered auto with the help of Kids to secure the kill.
No matter what, Bunny is on their radar, no escape at all. But the amount of resources that they give to make sure the Bunny is dead, while at the same time allowing Trap to get a double wave from the top and also mid. This also accelerates the power spike for Team Rey.
It's gotta be a little frustrating for Bunny because it's like, why me? Like, you're already at like my tier 2. Like, how far are we gonna go with this?
I mean, I already mentioned from the draft, they ban out Harriet, they ban out Roger. Pretty sure Bunny is on their mind. They do not want Bunny to shine today.
I'm telling you, back in their room, they're probably like, Bunny, this guy, most wanted, 10k bounty.
They'd be like, yeah, Bunny, we know you just came into our team, but what did you do to them? What did you do to them to deserve this much focus from Team Rey? But either way, it's working for them. And if that's their winning formula, just go ahead with it.
All right, 7 more seconds until the next turtle does spawn. We do see motions across the map to actually match it. Most importantly, the gold laner is still going to be on the bottom side of that map. However, Team Rey, different story. Now that Beatrix has that first item in BOD and has an entire team dedicated to find and fish for picks for her, Trap patiently waits.
I mean, this is the only reason you will see a gold laner together with the team fight around the turtle tech in the third one.
Oh, here we go. Starting Eagle coming up from Storm. Dominator's Descent as well. Final Slash. VanQT finds Eevee straight away. AJ tries with his own Final Slash. VanQT pushed. But still, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Both EXP laners go down. And I think that Team Rey, we're starting to see the holes in the comp.
They should disengage currently because they already managed to achieve their target. Their target was just to give that one kill towards Scrap in that situation. But Kids, just kidding around for the moment.
Yeah, he's just having some jokes here. Stoa, even with the circling Eagle, to make sure that Virgie is kept in check. It feels like Team Rey is giving a lot of respect when the composition actually wants to speed up this pace. See that, Kids? He finds one into Lima, but he wants to secure this kill as quickly as possible. Eevee flickers forward and get him. Now, you see AJ trying to make the best of the situation. Rippo managing to sustain through the damage. VanQT once again with the Spirit of Alpha already back up.
Until
forces the play! Coming up for AJ himself to push him back. Trap finds one and a double in Stoem. Didn't see that one coming.
I like this. Wait. Divine Judgment.
They find another one. Triple kill for Trap. Even RSG forgot that there's 2 setups.
I like how both teams focuses a lot towards the mobility and they utilize this quite well. For RSG Malaysia, most of the time they use it to disengage, while Team Rey kiting and then coming back for the real attack, finally working for them, not forgetting the respawn, the reaction time that they have to make that flank and get that double kill for Trap.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, you stated the game plan that they were eventually going to start fishing for Trap, and now Trap is doing it himself. It's like, you can fish me the first one, the second one I'll take for free.
No problemo there for him. But now, RSG Malaysia, they have to play a little bit defensive as of now, waiting for the Bunny to actually achieve the pulse spike. Wait, Kid. Okay, no worries. Nobody to catch him, nobody to lock him. Still will be able to manage to get it out. Not the same problem where there was a Ruby and also a lot to lock him down. This time around, it's Matilda and a lot. So yeah, much more easier time for him.
Yeah, a lot more breathing space, but still difficult to win the 1v1 against an alpha. Even though he's a level behind, VanQT does not care. He will chunk you out. Eevee trying to open up the map so far as Rippo having mauled, getting pulled in by the Divine Judgment. Without Divine Judgment, that's going to be the go case side for RSG. Eagle. The final slash pushes him in, and VanQT takes the Lord away. That timing could not be more perfect for Rippo.
Rippo managed to clutch us out at the last second just now. Managed to allow RSG Malaysia to take that lot and finally could give them the breathing space that they needed, because Team Rey, they wanted to end this game as early as possible. But with this help from Lord manages to buy some more time for them.
Yeah, buying a lot of time. Let's look at the current damage dealt rankings. Trap in second place, only contested by Maima, the only two with 20,000 damage so far. Kids is trying to catch up, but he's 3,000 behind currently at 17k.
Rankuti is not so far behind, but it's kind of like Team Wei is not allowing Rankuti to actually have a lot more damage. It's kind of like because Team Wei is flyby in and out and done with a kill, while RSG Malaysia want to focus on more kiting, more prolonged light, more prolonged fight, so that they can actually dish out more damage in the long term.
Yeah, I think the second problem that they have is this Dominator's Descent. There's no real answer to it other than maybe Eevee using the onward to disposition and tank it, but then Eevee is supposed to be the one looking for the catches.
Well, RSG Malaysia, they also kind of need to consider like, how are we going to start this fight? Are we just hoping for the final slash from Rico? Otherwise, there's no other option.
Well, I mean, in a position where you have the Lord, you can siege a lot better than Team Rey. I don't think they have much. Okay, they do have Trap with double ults to actually clear up these waves overall.
No
but
problem.
once those are down, I think that's where the problems start to show itself, right?
I mean, I don't think so, because don't forget, they still have kids, which giving pressure towards the top side just now. So that means for Trap, he can save one ult for mid, one ult for the lane that is not being guarded by kids.
Okay. So multiple prong attack approach from Team Rey. RSG sneaking S5 as much as they can. Here comes the conceal. They find one. Divine Judgment pulls Rippo away. He loses his life. Nibiru's passion, as well as Ben's rage, is already out. Snowman is trying his best, but here comes Kids. And Bunny, he's going wild. The entropy is doing so much damage. Trap walking forward, takes out Bunny with the help of Nibiru. Virgil has peeled so well, and Maima, with nothing left, is forced to run, tail between his legs.
It's 4v3 now. Headed toward inhibitor turret. Maima and Storm trying to make their final defense. Rankuti is also nearby to help, but this tier 2 will go down, no problem.
This is a very tight game between the two. Team Rey, with a very convincing 3.3k lead, it could easily be turned around in a single fight.
But in that team fight just now, I mean, we can see how Trap is untouched, basically, because there's no more setup, there's not much that RSG Malaysia can do to stop Trap on his track.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, RSG had no ults. So it's a resource battle between the two. Once Trap knows that, oh, Entropy is out, Circling Eagle is gone, and Cutthroat as well, they can get out of there. Oh no, Rankuti, he just missed the spear, and now has to use the Winter Crown straight away. Kids is trying to bring, and he pulls Red into the middle of the pit, and they all fall victim to Nibiru's passion. Trap flickers forward, challenges him underneath the Dominator's Descent. He cuts them through. Kids takes the Lord, and Bunny, using the Entropy to close the distance, quickly takes the Circling Eagle. Quickly takes the Guiding Wings to get on out of there. AJ disrespecting the Nightmare Bomb, but here comes Trap. Once again, a force to be reckoned with, demanding RSG to bend the knee.
The disrespect toward RSG Malaysia, because they know that there's literally nothing that RSG Malaysia can do to stop the damage dealer. Look at how Trap, so brave to go forward. Not only Trap, even AJ just jump forward because they know there's nothing they can do.
What you gonna do about it? Are
you gonna stop me?
Yeah.
Where's your CC?
Oh,
nada.
Oh, where's your Nightmare spawn? Oh, we've already walked past it. Now give me your inhibitors. As the first one is looking to fall. Eevee tries to onward forward. He's chunked out. He's losing health. And with the help of the Entropy, Bunny QT is able to melt through that wave. And with the Dominator's Descent, they push them outside of their base.
But currently coming into the 40 minutes mark, yes, Team Wei is way ahead in terms of the economy. Almost 7,000 network of gold. But we also have to consider in terms of the power ceiling, where RSG Malaysia scales a little bit more compared to Team Wei. And if this continues, if Team Wei, they manage to close this game as soon as possible, it means there will be a time where RSG Malaysia is able to come back.
Oh, I totally agree here, because when we're looking at in terms of items, we see completed 3 items from Natan. Beatrix, I mean, Trap is...
Bunny?
He's got everything. But Bunny, at this point, all he needs is a Winds of Nature to win out these 1v1s against them. He's currently not exactly the highest when it comes to damage dealt ranking, but he's been having a hard time.
I mean, if you're looking at the ranking at top 4 currently, it's not that bad, considering that he still needs 2 more items. Wind of Nature has just been picked up by him. This will will help him to go a little bit more aggressive towards trap later on, because just now we see that trap. As soon as he see Bunny, knowing no winning nature, he's just gonna try to burst him down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think that Team Rey unfortunately missed out the timing on the checkmate angle. They're not going to have a 10k lead with the Lord, which is generally what the checkmate angle looks like, especially since there's one missing inhibitor. But by the time we see Team Rey actually take the upcoming Lord, I think that RSG MY should hit 42k overall gold, and that should put them even with Team Rey at that point. I think, because again, situational items do make a difference.
I mean, in that situation, we will say that RSG Malaysia, the next fight could actually decide whether they will win or not this game, especially for Team Rey as well, because the moment RSG Malaysia, I mean, in terms of resources, at the same level, or at least where it doesn't matter anymore when we reach towards the super late game, Team Rey gonna get left behind. Because one thing we have to consider, for Team Rey, they do not have anybody that can sustain team fight that long in the front line.
That's true. They gotta be a little snappy with it, right?
So by the time Bunny is able to burst anyone, it's game over.
Well, hopefully Team Rey all line up in one convenient line so the auto attack can go all through 5 members and pull back through all 5 members.
That's a very hopeful situation. But now, Luminous Lord being the focus of both sides.
It's possible. Let's see whether the five-man final slash could line it up for them. 50%. Right now, the entropy is popped. Dominator's Descent is down. Bennett's range into Nabir's Passion Flicker is trapped. Now having to deal with the Dominator's Descent of his own. He manages to cut through it. Tries to get out of this fight as RSG maintains tight battle lines. Maintains cohesion. But at the end of it all, the Lord still falls into the hand.
Oh no, my mom!
Oh no! Why?
Fallen asleep on the wheel!
Dude, I thought like maybe he had Dominator's Descent, maybe he had Flicker, and I was like looking at him as like, nah, he should be fine if he's staying that far ahead.
For me, it's like, are you looking at the game currently, my mom?
He's looking at the shop. He's thinking about the next juicy item he's about to buy, and that might just cost him this game right here as Rey start cracking down on the base. One inhibitor falls on the bottom side of the map. That's going to be the Blood Wings purchased by AJ. Doesn't seem like they have enough minions to make it work. For now, they'll wait for the second wave.
I mean, this is one of the aspect that we will discuss in the second game, where Team Rey, in terms of pushing with the Lord especially, it really depends on how they want to execute it. Is it going to be properly executed or not?
Well, at this point, I don't know. I can't even confidently say that might just be the only way that they have, right? There are a couple of scenarios where they could potentially punish Trap, and I don't know. So far, he's been quote-unquote hyper-aggressive.
And the last team fight, we also see the potential of RSG Malaysia managed to pick up 1 kill just now. I mean, we can exclude the Maima part.
Yeah.
We can neglect that part.
For sure.
But other than that, RSG Malaysia actually did well. They managed to hold on onto the ground and managed to at least steal 1 life from Team Rey. And this potential in terms of team fight will only become stronger and stronger, especially when they're doing the defense.
I actually don't know how they're going to actually break RSG MY's defense, right? Because unless they break all inhibitors to get all 3 waves pushing with super minions, they still have to eventually walk up to hit the crystal, and that's not ideal because RSG MY is pretty happy with standing their ground.
I feel like as of this moment for Team Rey, they just need to double down.
Double down?
Double down, just go play aggressive, pick off, and hopefully the target for the pick off is the correct one.
Okay, Virgie, it's all up to you. Flicker forward. Let's see that Divine Judgment change the course of this team fight.
Because otherwise, if they play it slow and steady, it's just gonna lead into RSG Malaysia favor. I mean, even now, you can see that it's hard for Team Rey to get through the defenses.
Yeah, I think they've definitely missed out in terms of timing. I think that RSG MY, yes, the scenario isn't too great because they're missing 2 inhibitors, but it's very winnable if Team Rey ends up walking up too close towards the base.
What was the word that you used just now? They miss out on the checkmate angle?
The checkmate angle.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening towards the Team Rey currently, and I hope that they do not get lost in their thought and actually try to figure out what are the next plan.
The next plan, Lord. That's their main win condition for Team Rey. Because naturally, in terms of pushing power, only one person can reliably do so. Everybody else will put themselves... Oh man, Virgie is so far out of position here. Even it's going to be the circling eagle called out towards Virgie's side. RanQT tries his best to steal, but does not find it. The whole team now looking on the chase for Team Rey. This is starting to look a little dangerous. Ripple still on top of it. Even Entropy has fun. And then 5-2! Stow him! What a knock-up! And he's trying to get on out of there, but kids, he's looking for a potential backdoor angle as 3 members are going to recall. Somebody cancel them! What are you doing? They're chasing just Arlen, but 3 managed to get out.
That could have been the play-making winning game just now.
Hey man, not everybody is scared to death.
I mean, kids saw that opportunity.
It was a good angle.
It was a good angle.
It was a very good angle.
But now, normal lot for Team Rey. 5 men are still up for RSG Malaysia. They're probably gonna try to at least get 1 inhibitor turret. That's the main target currently, to balance back out the minion wave control.
Is Trap gonna switch weapons? Nah, he can't even walk out. You're committing the Dominator's descent. Maima is out of it and loses his flicker. Something to note for an upcoming fight. They're gonna use the Magic Sentry to see whether or not RSG completely ran away.
Are they gonna force this?
I mean, it looked like they tried until they got revealed by their conceal got broken. With the help of Bunny, they gotta defend their base, man.
I know I said it, they need to double down, but only when the situation favors them. Do not take unnecessary risks.
I was even calling out Virgie, just do the Flicker Divine Judgment. He just walks so out of position. I can't. They could recover from this. I don't blame Virgie for being that far out because somebody needs to open up the map at the end of the day.
Correct, but I do like the quick decision making coming in from RSG Malaysia. They know they were a little bit late to contest for the lot just now, but the reaction to decide we need to force a kill towards a Team Rey just now. They managed to pick up 2, and that's what allowed that lot take being wasted.
Yeah, and honestly, they had to cross halfway through the map just to get 2 kills, and it was a struggle to get the 2 kills.
I mean, Virgie did buy times a lot for Team Rey.
He did. He
was a distraction that the Team Rey needed.
Oh, trying to catch Storm off guard. Doesn't find it, unfortunately. Both sides pushing and pulling, right? They're looking for the mistake. Oh, Spirit of Alpha actually connects on towards Kid's side.
No.
Rippo's right on top of him. There's no way you can get out of that. Wait. Seal. Virgin as well as AJ. The final slash Trap away. He's trying his best as Trap is looking for an endgame scenario. Everybody is trying to kill. Evie doesn't flick forward. It's only Matilda right now with a singular wave. And Trap is going to muscle his way through. Reload, dash, reload, and goodbye. This game is going to fall into the hands of Team Rey.
Team Rey manages to close us the game with a split push. Finally, a proper execution on how to stop the recall back from the side of RSG Malaysia. It's not coming in from kids, but at least Trap did it in the end.
I think that even RSG thought, hey, keep our eyes on kids. If he's not around, they can't backdoor. And Trap is like, joke's on you. I am the backdoor.
I mean, at first I saw the conceal coming in from Team Rey, and I'm kind of like, okay, they're probably going to flank, they're probably going to do pick up, but wait, where's the goal laner? Goal laner is heading towards the Crystal. And, I mean, at the end of the day, Crystal is the main focus.
Kemenangan kedua untuk Team Rey. A denied reverse sweep for RSGMY. First of all, MPSJ, a round of applause for Team Rey. Itu adalah satu split push yang agak intense ya kita dapat daripada audience. Okay, AJ, first of all, ini adalah kemenangan kedua mereka di MPL musim ini, and next game korang akan jumpa pasukan Monster Vicious. Now this team, the only full local lineup dalam MPL Malaysia musim ini, and juga dorang dah tunjuk prestasi yang sangat-sangat bagus. So, how is Team Rey preparing for this matchup?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Actually kita fokus satu dulu sebab kita orang 3 minggu ni 6 match paling banyak rasanya. So kita kena fokus satu-satu team lah. InsyaAllah kita orang akan buat yang terbaik untuk esok.
Okay, macam mana Team Rey sekarang tengah sebab dah menang 2 match. You guys started off pretty rocky. masa minggu pertama kan, 2 match terus minggu pertama. Tapi sekarang bit by bit korang tengah bangkit. So how is Team Rey looking as a team right now? Dan macam mana comms, chemistry semua, relationship semua dekat gaming house?
Kita orang tidur satu katil lah. So boleh, kalau nak end tadi, kalau tak tidur satu katil tak boleh end lah.
Risau kadang-kadang. Okay guys, now I rasa kalau I tanya audience, ni sokong RSG ke, sokong Team Rey ke, I'm pretty sure bila I tanya siapa MVP anda, korang akan cakap nama siapa? I think kita dah tahu kot. Tapi apa kata kita tengok LED dekat belakang kita. MVP untuk perlawanan ini jatuh kepada, there we go, Trap, the one and only. Well deserved. Okay, Trap. Tadi tu, kenapa? Kenapa buat macam ni?
Tak tahu, macam terlalu hype ke?
Terlalu hype. Okay, now, adakah tadi tu you dah confirm you boleh end dengan Beatrix split push you ataupun you memang 50-50 take the chance?
Memang confident lah.
Oh, memang confident tadi?
Memang confident daripada apa yang kita training juga banyak macam tu juga daripada apa yang kita menang dekat scrim. So dah biasa dengan benda macam tu.
Oh, so you tengah cakap apa ni, masa scrim ni semua menang apa ni, split push ke?
Mungkin.
Pasukan yang nak lawan Rey seterusnya jaga map sikit. Okay, maybe we could pass the mic to Virgie.
Translate.
Okay, translator ada. So, Virgie, team fight daripada Team Rey hari ni memang on point lah orang kata. Memang good sangat. Tapi, siapa yang shot caller in game? Siapa yang buat shot call?
Tadi Trap
yang buat shot call.
Tarik depan-depan aja katanya.
So, dia suruh orang tak ada damage untuk dia je lah. Okay, maybe we could pass it to Evie. Evie, last words for all the fans yang hadir ke MPSG hari ni untuk sokong korang.
Pada fan Team Rey atau RSG, terima kasih datang memeriahkan venue MPL. Terima kasih banyak. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Team Rey. Once again, congratulations on that win. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. A denied reverse sweep for RSGMY. Team Rey taking their second win this MPL. Guys, perlawanan ini sangat-sangat sengit. Tapi mari kita dengar mic check daripada Team Rey for this match.
Let's go ya. Dapat ini guys, Arlot guys. Mati dia.
Flick. Go ulti Arlot guys.
Nice. Orang dulu. Mati.
Go zoning belakangnya.
Jalan kabur.
7-11 ya.
Ambil tahu
7-11 Ruby.
Alot kena nih.
Wario. Go ulti guys.
Alot dulu.
Targeting santai.
Alot mati.
Lebih santai.
Lord guys. Mid lord. Dapat enggak, Le? Nice. Lihat. Nice. Mati dia, bro.
Nice aja. Aman aja, Cok. Julian guys. Go dash guys.
Udah puri Julian.
Bisa enggak tuh Julian?
Nice.
Ada gua. Ini. Siapa freeze nih? Alot. Nice guys.
Bisa clear ya.
10 guys. Wave dulu guys.
Oke, wave dulu. Wah, ada boy gua, Cok. Aman P.
Wave dulu guys.
Ada wave santai, pelan-pelan aja.
Alot hidup guys.
Alot Ruby dah tarik. Ini gua angkat
depan guys.
Tuh gua angkat tuh. Juksin. Ruby dah angkat.
Tahu lock enggak?
Belum share ya.
Tahu lock guys.
Aman Le, nice
guys. Alhamdulillah.
Ulti Jacksnya.
Dasnya ada ulti ya. Go ulti lu di depan.
Nice guys. Dah. Nice balik.
Balik. Nice alhamdulillah ya.
Nice. Gua trapin atas ya.
Bisa enggak tahu di mid.
Gua kecil. 5 detik ul 3.
Dapat guys 2.
Nice
guys.
Mid mau enggak?
Aman bro, bisa tahu dah guys.
Gua bisa ambil Nathan nih, Le.
Boleh.
Dapat Le, Nathan Le.
Nice Le. Kasih tahu Le. Amat guys.
Biru ada tuh.
Sudah guys, tunggu dulu.
Alhamdulillah guys.
Lagi
ya. Berpikir jernih guys, pelan-pelan aja.
Ya. Orang dulu. Lu GN.
Jangan kasih balik.
Jangan sebalik.
Aman.
Nice guys.
Di kutu.
Aman.
Ya, ada gua santai.
Nice guys. Nice. Entre. Fokus tower.
Pelan-pelan. Aman Le.
Kasih main.
And once again, congrats to Team Rey taking the game against RSGMY 2-1 in an exhilarating series. And honestly, we were talking so much about it through the interview, because in these highlights alone, a lot of great decisions were made, and we heard it in the mic check. The man literally said, "They do no damage. We can do this."
And not only that, they have a clear cut on what they want to achieve in certain situation where, okay, we got the retribution on top the neutral objective. That's it. Enough. Back off. Disengage. We don't need to do anything more because they know the winning condition, or they play to their own strengths.
And I mean, as long as they keep to their own strengths, they win these games because it's so tough to play. And I will say that we were expecting that RSG and MY should be able to hold out a little bit longer, but the high mobility from both of these teams, it's difficult to keep the traditional front to back.
And I like that since they sleep together in terms of Marco, in terms of teamwork, it has been a little bit more progress towards the coming into the week 3, because to do a split push in this current season is not easy. The map awareness of the most of the teams is getting higher and higher. It's not easy to pull this off, actually.
Well, unless you're maybe TLPH, but I think that's like the only exception to the rule. Give it up for MVP Trap. He played 2 strong games of Beatrix. One where it felt like, okay, you know, a lot of kills were fished to him, but the second game, he just didn't care anymore. He's just, I'm just too big. I'm too big of a boy.
I mean, as they said, they already prepared this in Scream. This is what they used to, and it seems like this is the winning recipe for them. Give Trap Beatrix, and it allows them to play that pick off with a burst damage to make sure to finish the job, and it works. And especially the way they play around Trap, waiting for him to actually manage at least get a BOD before making any sort of play at all.
It's a good timing to actually look for these fights. But I will say that AJ, I think the utility role suits him a lot better compared to like the hard scaling mage roles.
I mean, in this kind of situation where they have to focus us more towards the Trap, it's kind of like Protect the King, but with a slight early game edge here, where it's kind of like, okay, for mid laner, all you have to do is play the support role. The second game we see Yves, the third game we see Valentina, so that we don't have to worry too much about you. As long as you can keep yourself protect, we can focus us more towards Trap.
Oh, so protect the king, but tax the kingdom as much as you can in the early game.
As much as you can.
As much as you can. And that's what we saw this game. However, in terms of like overall kill score, pretty close. It's 11-9 at the end of it for game number 3. The overall highest damage dealer obviously going Trap, but the second highest damage dealer on the team is going to be Kids.
I'm actually more surprised that this is the second time Fanny has been let go for Kids.
I know!
And once again, in the draft, there haven't been a clear answer on how they want to stop Kids. I mean, to be fair, even in the third game, if Kid decided, okay, I just want to play for a kill, there's no problem actually.
Yeah, honestly, I think I would have imagined that they would want to play around Kids towards the mid game. I do agree that RSG, especially when they were fighting against Team Rey, that there was a little bit of back and forth in that mid game until that very second lore do we see something actually happen for Team Rey.
Where we finally see that Barney especially finally achieved the power spike, finally able to win some of those team fight. But then, at the end of the day, teammate decided we're not gonna go for the team fight. If we're just gonna lose, we're just gonna go for split push.
Yeah, especially since that like 50%, well, I would say 50 is a little bit of exaggeration, but like 40% of the extra damage that you expect from the entropy that Bunny was playing on Natan, it's just gone, right? As soon as the entropy comes out, everyone's like, okay, if we don't have the setup, let's just walk away.
Let's just walk away, disengage. And this is our focus is more towards the standing as of now, where teammate manages to get the second win.
Yes, their second win. Let's see how much of that's going to shoot them up, because now they're in 5th place, overtaking Team Hawk Red Esports Todak as well. Oh, and let's not forget RSGMY.
RSGMY, 4 losses in a row. And this is already the third week, the halfway point. I mean, if
they have one saving grace.
They have one?
They have another game this week. I think. And they needed to 2-0 it. Because if they start off with a 2-0,
okay,
at least for the rest of the season, they need to achieve 2 more 2-0s to be in a relatively safe spot, I think.
But either way, this loss already put them in a difficult situation.
They are.
Like it or not, they have to step up for the next game.
It's It's not going to be easy, but guys, don't forget, don't miss the Akai's Magic Show, the MLBB 8th Anniversary Music Party happening on September 28th and 29th of this year, 2024. You can enjoy a special performance by Dola and win 4 million MLBB diamonds worth of free skins. You heard me correct. 4 million MLBB diamonds worth of free skins. And get your early bird tickets now only for 8 ringgits at tickets2u.com.my.
And if I'm not mistaken, some of our talent is going to be there. Rose, Lafel,
Rose, the big hitters. And that just wraps up game number 1. With that all being said and done, what do you think about it? Do you think that this week is honestly going to be the big shakeup like we expected it, or?
I mean, it's already a big shakeup from Team Rey. It's just that for me, they still need to polish it a little bit more and also prepare a different answer in case the enemy team, the future upcoming team, already prepared for this one.
I mean, don't worry about that. We've got SRG coming up for our next best of 3 happening right after this. But we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action. We'll see you guys then.
Kisah jago suka nak apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tak pelik. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lima lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Fighting for no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart, I'll defend the world. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, yeah, I'ma let him. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, yeah, I'ma let him. Early bird, go get the worm. Worm in the dirt.
Panas. Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Cik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena mengena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6? Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tak pelik. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, limumu lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
White out. Unstoppable.
Fighting for no one would ever know your name. Who were you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. hit, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, yeah, I'ma let 'em. All I hit, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, yeah, I'ma let 'em. Early bird, go get the worm. Worm in the dirt.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Hacik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Jago sukan apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win.
I'm
a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLDB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner, up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
And we're already back. Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL MY Season 14, Day number 1, Week number 3. The competition is getting hotter and hotter with each passing best of 3. My name's Giving Q. This is going to be Karakuri here at the desk to keep you guys company for the rest of today. We got one more best of 3, and we are going to see our MSC winners, SRG, this time up against Red Esports.
But before that, for those that just tuning in, Team Wave managed to get a first win. I'm sorry, the second win for them for the first match just now, while RSG Malaysia continue their losing streaks.
I mean, this is week 3. We're already at the halfway point, so we are seeing teams who have natural chemistry do better against others, and this might just be the case here. I mean, obviously it's an extreme case. It's SRG, but even Red Esports, I think the biggest problem that we've seen so far is just the lack of comms, the lack of chem. It's a little hard to say.
I mean, for Red Esports, we have to say that week 1, we don't count. Don't consider the week 1 as one of the part of their performance at all. But week 2, week 3, we should be seeing something better.
Okay, maybe it could be a little bit better, but we got a video to show you guys. Let's have a quick look over.
Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang ni saya bersama dengan SRG untuk main game Siapa Dalam Team. So, on my hand, kita ada a series of questions and bila I tanya tu, korang point and then cakaplah kenapa orang tu paling dalam team. So, siapa dalam team paling kelakar? Yums. Why Yums? Why Yums?
So loud.
So loud, wow. Bising, wow.
So cutesy.
So demure.
He's overload.
Who likes to do weird things in the team? Weird. Innocent, what do you do?
Nothing, I just play.
Dia buat apa?
Sorry, personal.
Who's in the team that's most fierce? Garang.
Yo, stop.
Coach, okay. Coach paling garang. Who sleeps the longest?
Yum. Alat
the
yum.
This one, I can agree, gorgeous. Who eats the most?
Yum.
What do you like to eat?
Rice, cereal.
Wow.
One pack one day.
One pack one day. Who in the team is always late?
Second.
Why?
Because they always wake up late to the training. Sometimes. Second is number 1.
Oh, okay. Who gets angry easily? Angry bird of the team.
Gram.
Why are you the one who gets angry the most?
Pag may nangyayaring pangit sa laro.
Oh, dia cakap kalau anything bad happen in game, dia cepat marah. Betul.
Strict.
Okay, last question. This one very fast one, You guys will point to the person. 1, 2, 3. Who talks the most? So who's the answer? So, okay, I'm pretty sure we got it. Everybody talks a lot in this team and they're all very, very cutesy. Thank you very much to Selangor Red Giants.
Dude, that's so real. EXP laners, anything bad happens in lane or in game, they're like, I'm sick of this. This is terrible.
Come on, guys. But I like how the fiercest is the coaches.
It is. The fiercest are the coaches. It really just shows the dynamic of specifically the Selangor Red Giants. Yes, they've won Malaysia, our very first international, but the question is whether they can maintain that momentum all the way to M6 to put us back on the map once more with Stormy, Cram, Sakai's, Yums, and Innocent.
I mean, for the last season, they are known as the unbeatable Giants. But coming into the season 14, where we will have to say that the competitiveness level of this season is getting higher and higher because Selangor region already loses 1 point, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I mean, they haven't lost an entire series
No.
yet, of course. We're not crazy here, but at the very least, we are seeing teams actually take into consideration what SRG is doing and how to actually beat it in the first place, right? Last year, sorry, I say last year, but last season, we saw that SRG very much their own playstyle, really strong at what they do, great chemistry, a lot of things that Red Esports is lacking with Kim, Iris, and Sui, Grace, and Owl so far underperforming and really haven't found that success just yet.
A little bit shaky, I will have to say, but we do see the potential where, if I'm not mistaken, in the week 2, they tried to bring out the, I will say, more towards that discipline, objective, gaming, and it works, but they don't continue with it, and that kind of raises the question why.
I don't know whether it works or not. I think there's a lot more. I don't want to say winnability. That's not really a word, but essentially a higher win rate trying this particular style of game. However, I think, the biggest thing that irks me is the lack of independence, or, well, not independence, but how much the side laners have to sacrifice to be part of certain fights. Iris in particular, not really losing lane, but dropping 2 levels down his opponent just to make sure that he can be part of a turtle fight. I don't think that's a worth it trade.
And now to make it more clear towards the viewers that just missed out our standing, here it is. Selangor Red Giant still stays on top with 8 points, sharing the same place with the team Vamos, while Red Esport is in the 7th spot with 3 points. They only win 1 game so far and 2 losses.
I mean, so far so good. The track record is great halfway through the season. Yes, it is exactly the same as Team Vamos. Goes to show that some players are going to have more experience than the others. But here today, we're waiting to see whether or not Red Esports has improved from last week. Maybe against SRG, I feel like the drafting bit is a little hard, especially if you're like, oh, we want to target guys as assassin. There's just too many to deal with.
And to be fair, with the coach lineup for Selangor Red Giant, Coach Akadia, also Vicky, it's not that easy to outdraft them.
It's not. I mean, just look on the faces of some of these players. They were doing the ping test earlier, and they are just stoic, chilled, relaxed all the way through, knowing that Hotlink prepaid 5G is an unmatched 5G network with no lag for MLBB, so this ping test is honestly just for formality.
I mean, this is one of the reasons to allow them to actually excel on the stage. I mean, of course, sometimes I'm pretty sure that some of the viewers do misses our pause meta here, but hey, gotta give a shout out to Holly, right?
I wonder if they have side bets for if a pause comes out nowadays for the fantasy leagues.
But
vote for it as quick as possible. But yes, despite all the interesting things that happen in between the games, I think the real question is whether or not, SRG is going to take it easy, or is it just like, let's secure the 2 points quick, fast, and make sure we have nothing to worry about.
I mean, let's be honest here. I'm pretty sure nobody's going to expect that Selangor Red Giant is going to take a loss here, but it really depends on how are they going to play. Are they going to really come in strong, or just take a chill pill like you said, and maybe experiment some things?
I mean, it is a new patch, to be fair, so they might just start messing around. With that being said, let us not waste any time to introduce to you both the teams heading up on stage to battle it out to see who can be number 1.
Selangor Red Giants.
Reigning MSC 2024 champions, they have proven time and again that they are a force to be reckoned with. With a flawless 3-0 record so far, they are showing no signs of slowing down. Prepare to witness the unstoppable Selangor Red Giants!
Red Esports.
Last week's loss was tough, but they've shown the determination to take on the league's top contenders. Up against the reigning MSC champions, can Red's objective-focused strategy pull off an upset today? Get ready to cheer for Red Esports MY! Now to introduce the coaches and analysts of the two teams and the head league ops Franklin that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Good luck to both of our competitors as we head into the game.
Kedua-dua pasukan sudah bersedia di atas pentas. Tapi kita nampak ramai orang yang hadir ke MBSJ hari ini. How about let's do a vibe check. Let's go to this side to see our Selangor Red Giant side. Okay guys, Selangor Red Giants, are you guys ready? Okay, I hear the crowd, but can this crowd go even wider? Red Esports, are you guys ready? Okay, guys, how about let's do it all together, okay? Harmonize. MBSJ, are you guys ready? Nampaknya semua audience dah ready. Tapi untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok dekat rumah, jangan lupa untuk join the fight by scanning the QR code down below to get a chance to get lucky chest dan juga an opportunity untuk mendapatkan skin legend. So, what are you guys waiting for? Join the fight right now. Nampaknya players are ready, the audience is ready, and I think the casters are set. And with that, let us start the second match of today. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you, Rose. And now it's time to prepare for the game. Our MSC champions of 2024, SRG, looking to be the obvious favorites here, but there's got to be a way to crack them open.
I mean, that's the big question on how to crack, and will Team Red Esport able to do it? Because as of now, we have seen the performance of Red Esport coming into the week 3. As we said before, it's quite shaky. So it really depends whether the Red Esport already decide on the identity, what they want to bring into the table. Like, are they going to stick with the objective gaming? Is that going to be the weapons of choice, or are they still trying things out?
Here's the thing. I feel like their loss against Team Ray specifically definitely kind of opened their horizons of what potential issues could occur later down the league. And it allows them to address them here and now. Because so far, it feels like everybody doesn't have a very large voice. They're very much determined to play through one style. But we also messaged Simon, right?
Oh.
We asked him, what are your thoughts about SRG versus Red? And he said this match will be exciting because they are strengthening their roster. It's going to be a mystery to us. We are playing against them blankly, and we got no time to research them. Our preparation will basically be zero preparation.
Okay, we were like asking the question just now, like whether the team will be ready to meet up against each other, but it seems like the answer from Selangor region, nope, they just gotta go in blank. But it's the same thing happening towards Red Esport.
They've got to have a game plan. I feel like they have a game plan.
I mean, there must be, but more towards the Selangor Red Giant, when they have nothing in plan, does that mean, like what we asked just now, are they gonna use this as a trial zone for them?
Who knows? I think we'll know once we get into the draft. I am curious to see whether or not the Chang'e goal lane is going to
no, not again.
Yeah, but we have to ask the big questions. SRG or Red? Who's the stronger Red?
Is this even a question? I'm sorry, but
hey man, I don't know. But if you've got like some what do they call? It's not quest coins. It's called guess coins. Guess coins.
Okay.
That's the one. Guess coins for Red. You're gonna have a huge cash out if they too owed SRG here today.
I mean, who knows? Who knows? All right, maybe Red Esport will be managed to pull out an impressive or an upset wins towards Selangor region, because they said it themselves. They don't have a lot of data. They don't have a lot of information on Red Esport. And if this goes on, maybe they're not prepared to go up against Red Esport.
Possibly, but I am excited to see SRG just trying out what this patch is capable of, right? I do think that like mid lane picks are a little interesting for Stormy.
We have seen how, Alot, Chusin,
Roger, Claude. I mean, all the major lanes have been affected in some shape or form.
I want to see Hayabusa. I still want to see Hayabusa. I want to see how effective is that Shadow Kill nowadays.
Pray that they ban out the Nolan, they ban out the Fanny, they also ban out the Ling and push him into the Hayabusa, right?
I'm pretty sure, I mean, at least from the side of Red Esport, they're going to ban out Ling and Fanny. They're not going to let Sky dominate the Sky.
Oh, that's going to be a little tough. It depends on the coin flip, but guys, get excited because M6 is happening in Malaysia. Greater than ever, scan that QR code and redeem MPL MY's Lucky Chest and win legendary skins of your own. Take the QR code and also plan for this event. It's going to be the biggest one of the year for MLBB.
And as you said just now, considering what hero to be banned out, I mean, there has got to be some changes towards our list. I mean, I know we have finally seen Chusin being let out much more often, and together also with the Zaz, and even Roger is coming back into the banning list.
Yeah, I think that, I don't know, Roger's interesting. I feel like not everybody can abuse him that well in the gold lane, but we'll find out what we have in store for you between two of our reddest teams in the drafting phase. Let's begin and see what Coach Arcadia has in mind up against Coach Bam. Red Esports going to be on blue side, SRG on red side.
And as I expected, no Fanny, no Ling, not going to be allowed.
No Nolan.
Oh, that would be interesting if all three first ban will be headed towards Skies alone.
Hey, who knows? And then Sensui picks up Hayabusa for themselves and be like, oh no, we have to deal with Yum's Cho.
But in that sense, it kind of opens up a lot more option for Selangor region, especially being on the red side.
I mean, for Stormy in particular, oh yeah, because now Jushin as well as Zask are wide open. Nobody has touched them just yet. Our next follow-up ban from Red Esports is going to be the Phovius. Thank God they got rid of that, because I think that Cram overall has been really dominant in lane against losing matchups and even outside of lane.
I mean, we know the capability that is able to be coming from Cram, so of course, do not want to give him that power pick, especially on the EXP side, where most of the time it dictates how the team fight is going to be.
Of course, and more importantly, now that they've reworked Phovius, he's so independent. It's like, I don't really need to wait for level 4. I can really do so much at level 1. Level 2 is just a bonus for a majority of it. But let's see that final ban of the first phase from SRG. What do you think you have in mind? Because again, teams are looking at Matilda.
I mean, if you're gonna ban out Phobius, might as well you ban out High Loss here.
I think the High Loss ban should be coming then.
Oh no, Gatot Kaca.
Instead. Yeah, Red did play it the last
Grace.
time.
I mean, I do have to agree that Grace is actually one of the best Gatot Kaca player that I have ever seen.
Really?
I mean, most of the time people use this Gatot Kaca a little bit more defensive, but Grace is not afraid to utilize it fully offensive.
Just to take advantage of the passive, like get that sustain. I can see where you're coming from. We see the Edith as the first pick from Red. It's a blue side favorite, and it also have a 73% win rate overall so far. And now let's see how SRG is going to take advantage of this. Usually when you see that flex pick, it's like also a similar flex pick, but then they're mid laner as well.
Is it going to be a choosing pick, or is it going to be Zaz pick? Usually Stormy will opt towards more on Zaz, but I'm not sure with the changes current meta.
Yeah, I think it's a good option here.
No,
High Loss first, and then Roger. We're going to see, I would assume, Innocent on that Roger, on Roger.
I mean, it's
nerfed Roger.
It's still a flex pick, and we have seen Skies with Roger, and it's not bad.
It's all right. I think generally both of them are really, really good. And by the way, in case you guys don't know, Suyo is going to be banned this patch. For now, don't worry, give it a little bit of time before he becomes competitive legal, before we get to, see some crazy plays. I've seen a little bit of the alpha tests of him. Holy cow, he does so much.
I mean, that's already going to be another flex pick, and my prayer has been answered. Hayabusa coming into the first match between Red Esport against Selangor Red Giant. And I'm not sure, picking up Vexana here is kind of like being hopeful that Zaz will be picked up by Selangor Red Giant.
I think they're expecting something, right? Because so far, SRG has only shown Assassins. If they want to pick Nolan now, at the very least, you have Vexana to be a little bit of a turret. It's not like you have iframes. You get too close, you're going to get feared. That's the end of the story.
I kind of want to see Nolan too. I mean, a little bit buff towards the fracture. I want to see how much more effective for him to allow to, set up and get a kill by himself. But currently, as I said, pick Aurora as a third pick for Selangor Red Giant.
Yeah, that's more of Stormy's comfort, and especially has a better laning phase against Vexana at the very least. I find no issues with this.
And even if the Shadow Kill is targeted towards him, no problem, still got passive.
Yeah, still got passive as well. I mean, right now, we've got iframes to deal with, we've got a strong passive from Aurora, and we also have Hylos, who probably is never going to die under the Oki Shadow Kill. Well, we'll see how far ahead Sensui actually gets. But now we jump into the second phase, right? So far, we've seen flex pick from both sides. We've seen support being shown by SRG and as well as their mid laner. All they're missing is technically a jungle gold and an EXP.
And for, Hylos will be put on more towards the EXP side. So like Aroma for Selangor Red Giant have to be considered here. But EXP later, Terisla being cut out.
Alright, they get rid of Terisla here. He is weaker in the early game, but again, I haven't really tested out the numbers myself. I think that SRG, at the very least for Cram, he just wants to make sure that he's playing against something that doesn't clear the waves fast. So I would only assume that it makes Hylos lean more towards the EXP side of things.
EXP side, what are your thoughts on Alot being on the EXP side?
For SRG or for Red?
For Red, actually.
I don't think it's a bad idea. I do think that a Minotaur might just be a little bit better, because Hayabusa is the only one who can go out of his way to reach the backline. Everybody else has to play the traditional front to back, right?
I mean, on the EXP side?
I mean, even as an EXP laner, right? That final slash, what are you trying to final slash? And I think it's just the high loss at this point.
I mean, it's kind of like, because they do have the burst damage coming in from Hayabusa and Vexana. I mean, a quick setup is all they need, actually.
Justice in the world.
Okay. I was thinking maybe Cho might be that quick setup for Red Esports, but they banned it out instead. SRG decided to get rid of the Harith. I think I'm totally fine with that. They still want to open up the options for maybe the Roger. So if they want to hold on to all of their flex picks, what do they have to reveal? I guess they reveal their... It's between Jungle, EXP, and as well as Roam. I guess you show your Roam here?
Tigreal?
Tigreal's not
I mean,
bad.
it's an easy answer for Quad Shadow.
There's got to be something better, right? I mean, if they really want single target, I guess Kaja, but even so, that doesn't feel too great.
I don't think they're going to go for the single target, because otherwise they won't have a teamfight capability.
That's true. I mean, I feel like Yums is asking, like, can I play Hilda in this game?
Grok, okay. A little bit AOECC in the lineup. I guess that's what they needed for Selangor Red Giant. And not forgetting immunity towards the CC. We also allows him to go forward. I mean, there's already like onward, Earth Shatter, and then Deathly Grab that he needs to handle. So CC immunity will help towards that with the power of nature.
I like it. I like it a lot. Especially if Yums is going to be playing it, he's somehow hyper aware in every single team fight. Let's see how Red Esports is going to conclude their composition.
Wait. Grok, if I'm not mistaken, mana remove as well.
Yes,
so,
mana also removed.
So that means Grok can also play very aggressively. Towards clearing wave in the early game.
Yep, he probably, honestly, he will, if he gets a Sky Guardian helmet, he will basically never go back to base. Ever. There's just no need for him to do so. We have the Natan and as well as the Minotaur for the side of Red Esports. So it looks like it's going to be a 4-1. If they can get the initial setup and maybe Hayabusa chunks out, Natan cleans up.
They do have the burst damage and also have tank melted towards the late game with the Nathan. But now waiting for the Selangor Red Giant. It is Roger going to be a jungler or is it going to be a gold lane? Waiting for the answer?
I think it's a little tough, right? I don't think there is a better gold laner at this point. Maybe Claude, I suppose, if they need to like have a hyper-mobile gold laner to get away from Minotaur. Tank busters don't seem like a good idea. I feel like Roger at the end of the day is not too bad. It just feels awkward to play an assassin, and the only one available being Nolan at this point for... Or, I mean, they could go for Lancelot if they wanted to, but I don't think Sakai's is that kind of guy.
Alright, I think this is the assassin matchup that I wanted to see today. Nolan against Hayabusa, both, I'll say buff towards the two of them. And I want to see how much effective it is in the Land of Dawn, especially during the team fight.
I mean, Nolan, I wouldn't say it's a pure buff. It's a slight buff to the ult, but they did nerf his dash. And I think that's like his core ability. He has to wait an extra 0.5 seconds. And we'll see how these professional players abuse literally 0.5 seconds of time.
I guess this will be the testing ground towards the patch hero. It really depends on both sides on how to execute their own strategy. Looking at Red Esport and also Selangor Red Giant. Selangor Red Giant have a more capability towards the early game, while Red Esport, they have no problem scaling towards the late game.
Yeah, and I'm just curious, how is Sensui going to find opportunities to gank? We'll see how that combination goes as we make our way into the Land of Dawn as we kick things off for our second best of 3 match here of MPL MY Season 14. Good luck to both of our teams. Hopefully they do well today. Give us a good match. Man.
I'm pretty sure the vote is up right now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You can even hear the crowd being like, oh yeah.
What the ass has been received. Well, we're gonna give some time towards both our team to sort out whatever technical difficulty that they're facing, because we really want to keep our integrity in terms of these matches.
We'll see what type of issue. If it's a type 1 issue, there's honestly nothing to worry about. And you see that he's going to take advantage of this. He's like, all right, don't worry. Let's see. Can he hear his audio? Not sure. He'll help out. That's how professional he is.
He handles it by himself, no problem at all. I'm enjoying the true leader capability inside Selangor Red Giant. I see a thumbs up going with...
It looks like it's only just a type 1 issue, so it's honestly not that big of a deal. It's not going to require a remake. It's not going to take more time than necessary. They'll just clean things up, make sure that Stormy is in a good spot before they head back in.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure just waiting for that moment where everybody is waiting for to actually signal the start of our game once again.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I see like a majority of people, they've got their phones ready. I saw a couple of people just literally go and take out their phones from their pockets, get ready for when this tech pause concludes.
Everybody's going into that cameraman mode right now.
Speaking of the camera, I'm looking for the cameraman as well. He is preparing. As soon as he moves, I'm pretty sure the pause is going to be over. But let's talk about the game, right? Because wait, hold on. Hold on. The players are getting ready. Let's call them out. Everybody's one moment that they've been waiting for. Gotta click it every single time. Thank you. As we unpause the game and head right back in.
Snap, snap, snap. And as you said it, let's get back into the game to see how Red Esport will fare up against the Selangor Red Giant, especially coming into the early game. We want to see whether Selangor Red Giant will utilize the damages that they have in this early game or not. But Yums.
Kim is in so much trouble. He's about to die here. One more. Oh, the fear lands in time. But the nature's barrier. Yums is like, nah, you ain't walking away for free. First blood achieved straight away. And Cram, this is so annoying. Iris, he missed out so much EXP.
Wait, how?
What happened?
I don't know, because the first skill that you pick up was Guardian's Barrier. So like, where does the damage come from?
I mean, natural base stats, even Owl doesn't hit level 2 on time. Okay, first off, let's talk about emblems, because Innocent, he's not running his usual Quantum Charge, he's going straight into Warcry and Master Assassin, so he wants to win this lane hard.
I mean, it seems like going into his favor, all having a difficulty to staying alive in his lane, even though Grace is there to help out a little bit with the healing, but it's not gonna be enough. He has to recall, and this probably gonna cost him miss some wave.
Yep. Oh, look at that. We saw the 0.5 seconds of a 30% slot.
Hey, at least the ult hits. It hit. Right, usually, he has to ask for help to set up. But now, he doesn't need to, right?
I mean, true, I don't know. I just thought it was such a weird change. They're like, we want to nerf his mobility. But at the same time, we want to make sure that his ult is still useful. Here's a 0.5 second slow at 30%. 30% is so negligible.
Hey, in the hand of professional players, it's not going to be negligible.
I mean, I better see it this game. I'm unconvinced for now. The CC is good onto Iris because he's losing so much EXP. He doesn't even hit level 4 on time, allowing Sakai's to take this turtle for free.
Oh, no. I mean, it's for free. I mean, Red Esport, I'm not sure. I mean, probably because they kind of lose a lot of the lanes in the top lane, in the bottom lane, so it focuses them not to take this fight.
I mean, they're losing on every single front. The only person who's doing somewhat well is Kim, and even he's at a recovery phase.
Yeah. Kim is recovering. All is losing the lane against Innocent. Still level 3 while Innocent is already level 4. And the same thing can be said towards Iris in the EXP lane. Based on this situation, Selangor Red Giant just might dominate this game.
I mean, speaking of which, oh my goodness, Race just gets blown up here. A really good call from Yums, knowing that the rest of his team can actually close the distance and keep up with him. Iris now in a lot of trouble. The Fracture is already out from Sakai's, but he's been invading this side of the map for a while. Cram just covering him to make sure that Sakai's can steal it.
They're not gonna stop this aggression, and Red Esport, they have to find a way out. Otherwise, I mean, this situation just gonna continue, and Red Esport, they're not gonna be able to do anything.
I mean, Sensui has, I have not seen Sensui ult a single thing so far. He has not been able to find 1v1 opportunities, and when he does, he's dealing with Cram, who's got like way more health than he should have at 3 minutes.
I think that was one of the points that you brought forward. Like for Sensui, yeah, Shadow Kill, quite a good ult, but like, who is he gonna target on?
There's there's literally no winning matchup unless you like commit really hard, break the passive from Stormy, and then wait for your ult to come back up in 60 seconds. Oh wait!
No.
Oh, the Black Advice already came down quickly with a quad channel. He manages to almost get out of there. The Oki channel kill dodges, but now Iris looking for a trade back, cracking open the Aurora, and now Cram should be the next to fall. That Revitalize gonna keep him up for only so long, but Innocent here manages to rotate in time. Iris misses the onward, and Grace getting hit by the Lycan Pound, still alive. In the meantime, Stormy does find a glowing wand of his own, but Selangor Red Giants 2 kills off of that, 2 for 1 in a matter of fact, in favor of SRG.
I mean, a 2k goal lead network currently. I mean, if they continues on with the second turtle tech, it's just gonna increase. But wow, wild charge, an easy answer for Sky to finish us off the job.
Okay, all right, good setup as well. Looks like SRG back into their winning ways. Iris here to try and disrupt. Gloria's pathway. Oh, the flicker forward to try and knock him up, but it doesn't matter. Oh, Sensui, he gets the steal. And now the fracture from Sakai. He's so low. Manages to get the kill. Wait, no, Stormy manages to get the kill despite Sakai's retributing Iris. He finally achieves his Thunderbelt, but it's looking a little late here. Innocent already has completed he's already completed his own items, and worst yet,
but at least I can still see some decision making from Red Esport. They know they have to do something to get out of this trouble. And at least they try to steal the turtle and it managed to work. But of course, at the same time, they have to trade some of the life towards Selangor Giant.
I mean, I don't know how much life they actually have to trade, right? Guys, he's got so much damage. He's already got 2 Fury Hammers. And even with the Minoan Fury from Grace, they don't take much. They just dive him underneath that turret. They know that Innocent is so far ahead. Worse yet, with the Sky Piercer, there's not much quote-unquote running to do as the guy fractures Kim to the ground.
Like I said, now Nolan has no problem setting up the kill. That 0.5 slow is enough to make sure he get a kill towards Kim.
Come on, he's 3 levels ahead of Kim. He's 3 levels ahead. He is one-shotting the poor kid. This poor child cannot breathe.
But currently, Selangor Giant is slowly taking that form of death ball. I mean, they kills and kills. I feel like they don't care. At this moment, they just go ahead with it. Whoever they saw, they're just gonna try and get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing just strong fundamentals. I don't think SRG are doing anything too crazy. Even Yums knows that Sensui can't do anything about it. Wild Charge comes through! No way! The timing! He already used all 4 of his shadows, and Yums flexes on him!
Ah, that nice rotation from Skies, helping out Yums. What a bait! What a bait!
God, they're getting outclassed here. It's not a good look for Red Esports right now. No way. No, that's so disrespectful.
This sheer confidence coming in from Selangor Giant. I mean, the start of the game where they're already winning 3 lanes. 3 lanes, they dominate, and it shows that how, over time, this goes bigger and bigger. 6k goal lead at 7 minutes mark. Honestly, I'm not sure what Red Esport could do at this point of time to make a comeback.
I think.
I mean, if you want to say you want to wait for all, look at how Selangor Giant controlling the map space. They are not letting any resources get into Red Esport side.
Yeah, I mean, the orange buff has been stolen away. Like, this is the 3rd orange buff being taken away from Sensui. He basically can't play the game now. Like, all of the lanes have lost, and now the jungle is the only part left that's being influenced. And I think that it felt like SRG... Essentially, SRG have just invested really, really well. They opened up a fixed deposit and now they're enjoying the benefits of compounding interest.
And even now, Innocent is, I mean, I would say confidently moving around because 5 kill ahead, 5-0-1 in terms of the KDA. And if we look at the goal differences, 7,600 compared to 5,400 for all. And now, in the mid side,
they begin the fight. The Glorious Pathway is there to completely zone. They try to go for the one-shot, but Skies, honestly, he doesn't even need to hit the abilities. He just needs to stand there to be a threat. That's another T2 falling down into the hands of SRG. They've developed the 8.4k lead, and off of this first Lord, they're probably going to get an inhibitor and set up for checkmate.
8k goal lead in the 8-minute mark.
1,000
per minute.
1,400 per minute. Now going to almost 1,500 a minute.
And at the same time, there is no more turret in the outer side. So only inhibitor turret is still standing, which by now, Selangor Giant is just waiting for that lot to come alive for them to take.
Yeah, they can guarantee an inhibitor, and I think that's the worst part. Dude, they're even looking at the level differences. It's like,
send to level 10. While we see Sky is already reaching level 14. Even if Sensui want to replicate what he did towards the turtle, trying to steal that lot, it's not going to be easy because the differences in terms of retribution damage.
Yeah, honestly, I felt like Sakai's was wasting time sitting there. He could have increased the GPM. He could have looked to break a record at this point, but instead, he'd rather just flex a little and play with air horns and then get the Lord to close this out. He shows no mercy whatsoever.
I feel... I don't know what to feel about this game, but
the conceal, and the conceal was already spotted out. Luckily, no battle spells were used, but the entropy from Owl keeps him alive.
just taking a chill pill. They don't need to force it. They know the win is already in their hand. They just need to let it play out. While Red Esport, currently we need to discuss on the capability of them making their defenses. I mean, they do have Vexana with the Eternal Guard. I think it's still enough for them to clear one wave, but...
I mean, he's level 9, they're currently 23,000, and Kim was the only one who was... I mean, Owl was the only one who was earning money, quote-unquote. I don't think he has his second item complete. I think all he has right now is a glowing wand.
Does he have Holy Defense, but he's already been popped.
And they start to begin the fight. Eternal Guard is already out to try and protect this inhibitor turret. Entropy as well to speed things up. Innocent is going to finish off that inhibitor. Quickly hops away. Selangor Red Giants with the 11k goal lead will work off of that second wave to make something happen. No, they go for the full reset. It's time to farm some stats for SRG.
I think one of the question or discussion that we were supposed to do was either Innocent will break the record for GPM, considering a gold laner has been left behind toward this meta. It's more towards Assassin.
Jugglers, yeah.
But looking at the skies, I mean, he's just having the time of his life. I mean, you. Was that necessary? That wasn't necessary.
He's trying to mess. He's trying to get into Cram's head. He's just like, oh, nothing's going bad in this game. Proceeds to wall the wave. I'd be furious as well. He halfway. He's so disrespectful. They know they have checkmate angle. It's just 70 seconds before the game technically ends.
The little say, I don't need this out for you guys.
Oh, that blows. That blows. But Owl recently got his Holy Glaive. So, sorry, a Divine Glaive. So at this point, I'm curious where he is in his item build path. Has he already finished all three? Winter Crown, get rolled. Winter Crown, get rolled. I'm sorry, Sensui. I'm sorry, guys, did you like that? But can you blame him?
I mean, nothing can be done. The differences in terms of itemization here, with 11k gold lead, I'm pretty sure even if there is no Winter Crown, he could just swap out Immortality, but in the bottom side.
Oh my god, Owl is trapped. He knows he's trapped. He gets hit. Oh my goodness, he explodes. Where did he go? I blinked and he's gone! And now SRG walking into the base for free. Flickering Wild Charge out to 2, finds it. Iris takes out Yum, but he gives his life in sacrifice as the rest of SRG crack open the crystal. An insanely dominant game number 1 by SRG.
12 minutes is all they need to end the game, to dominate from the start all the way until the end. And I would have to say that it is an almost perfect game if we didn't consider all the recall, all the all being thrown away just like that.
Yep, it's just everybody is just doing well on SRG.
But I mean, for Red Esport, what can you say for them? In any team in that situation, what can you do?
I think it's good that they lost fast, right? Because the mentality is, guys, our laning phase sucked. We need to do better. That's all we got to talk about. Let's move on. Forget about that game. Let's focus on the next. Because it's like, what else can we really point out? Edith, for some reason, taking the terrible level 1 trade. That should never happen. Owl, a little bit more understandable.
I really want to understand, or like have a recap on what happened in the first blood that they managed to get on all. Like, I remember Yums only had Guardian's Barrier. Like, where did the extra damage come from?
Not 100%.
I mean, if he took Power of Nature for the first kill, I understand, because he can keep on spamming it. But like Guardian Barrier, how does that help Aurora to dish out that much damage?
I don't think it's about dishing out the damage. I think it's more so to forcefully put him in a position where he can only get hit, right? We miss out a little bit of the laning phase here, which is a little sad, but I think it's totally fine because, again, these walls happen phenomenal. Yes, Sakai's basically, walking around doing whatever he wants from level 10 onwards, but overall, a lot of these setups coming in from Yums, very telegraphed, right? He's communicating ahead of time, and even when you're seeing these plays, you can see other people from the sides moving in to capitalize.
And I do like how Selangor Red Giant plays. I mean, at the start of the game, yes, we can say that the winning lane was all 3 lanes, but how they capitalize on it, how they evolve more from it.
When you have a 10k lead, anything's possible. You can do anything you want, right? You can be disrespectful even. Give it up for our MVP, Sakai's, for this game. Let's check out his GPM, currently at 851. I'm curious to see whether he's going to be the rich guy at the end of this.
I mean, either Skies or
Innocent, right?
Innocent, because I would have to say Innocent has been winning the lane since the start, and with a 5 kill, if I'm not mistaken, at least he should have a high GPM in my mind.
He should. He technically should. I'm trying to think when the full build from Sakai's came through. I can't remember at what minute he got the Winter Crown. We'll see. Maybe down the road in the post-game stats, we might actually see the item. It's not item list. What is it called again? The
item
graph.
Item graph.
It's so fresh in my mind.
Item build progression.
Item build progression. That's the one. Okay, thank you, Zad. Thank you. I appreciate it. 12 minutes and 11 seconds. 3 to 15. Holy cow.
And yeah, I'm pretty sure Innocent should be the one having the most gold per minute here. He only need one more item to complete.
I'm doing some quick calculations. I think he should have, because he already has... That BOD is very expensive. That's like touching into the 3K mark here, and I don't see a 3K mark item coming in from Sakai's. Well, I mean, they got like close to Endless Battle, but with the extra item, once that BOD, maybe, I think it should be Innocent. Based on first look, I could be wrong.
But if you're looking into the draft, there's nothing much that can be said, because Selangor Giant, as we discussed, they have more power towards the early game, and yet they utilize it very well, where in a way interrupt Red Esport trying to drag the game away into the late game. I mean, the game ended in 12 minutes.
It did. I definitely think there should have been a couple of gank angles that Sensui needed to do to kind of skew one of the lanes so he has like a safe area to play with.
That was one of the reasons why I want to look at what happened in the mid lane. Okay, when you say like Roger going up against Nathan, yes, most likely they're going to win. And for the EXP lane, it's going to be Hylos going up against Edith. So yeah, understandable that Cram probably going to lead. But in the mid lane, I was hoping that at least that one lane Red Esport managed to save. But nah.
Yeah, I think that first blood definitely costed him a little bit. I mean, Kim did recover to a certain degree. He's a lot more careful walking up, but honestly, he's dealing damage, he's pumping it out, but he just doesn't have the items to support him.
Because it's kind of like the moment the mid lane, Selangor Region doesn't have to worry anymore. It's easy for them to decide, alright, now we can focus or shift some of our resources toward the side lane. And this is when the snowball happened, especially when they decide to pressure more towards the jungle side, and Sensui, at the end, couldn't even get his buff properly.
Okay, quick question. Do you think that Sensui could have found an angle to snowball in the early game, like maybe looking to like quick gank pre-level 4, once hits level 4, doesn't play for neutral objective, goes to the opposite side of the map to make something happen?
Honestly, no. Based on the draft, based on the hero, based on the target, there is no plausible target for him to do that.
Innocent. After he uses Lycan Pounce.
Okay.
That's like the only time.
After the iframe.
After the iframes, because he's very good at nailing those Lycan Pounces. But as you mentioned, yes, he is the rich guy. 910!
910, I was hoping a little bit more, because I'm pretty sure it's like more than 1,000 per minute just now. But of course, not all of it belongs to Innocent. While the carry will be given to Kim with 45,000 damage dealt to heroes. So in some way, we could say that actually Rey Esport do have the damage, but it's just a snowball effect from Selangor region. They just bulldoze through.
Yeah, it's just way too fast. Now, let's have a look at the item build progression, because a lot of the members from both sides quickly rushing for T2 boots. But then we see Cram. The Gleaming Gem, I love it. He knows exactly what he wants in that lane to make sure he can sustain. And then Sensui as well went straight into the Fury Hammer before he completed that Hunter Strike. Innocent, he has definitely changed the build. He's not as aggressive as Benny QT. He goes for Sky Piercer as second item, focuses on the Windtalker first after T2 boots.
Yeah, but 6 minute mark, you already completed. You already completed 2 core items. In this situation where we see the Innocent already joins in the team fight to start getting the stack on those Sky Piercer.
Wait, 6 minutes, right?
Yeah, 6 minutes! He already completed Windtalker and Sky Piercer.
Wasn't 6 minutes when he left his lane and got like a double kill in the
as
well? Man, that's tough. That's tough.
This is the reason why I said in this match, there's not much I can say for Red Esport, because I feel like there's too much resources that have been gained by Selangor Red Giant, and when this happened, not much that Red Esport can do to retaliate.
I know what they can do.
What?
I think that Red Esports, personally for me, what they're lacking is style. And that's something that they could solve by upping their game with JD. Guys, they've got everything there. You need some sportswear? No problem. Head on over to JD to check out some of the latest trends. It's like the hot topic of athletic wear. You're looking for some new kicks, you know exactly where to go. But let's talk about game number 2. Because again, I'm gonna erase. I didn't see game number 1. Let's just assume that this is the best of one for Red Esports, because I think they're really going to need some independent laners.
I mean, they definitely need to win some lane. At least one for me, not all 3.
Please, definitely need them to win one of these lanes if they even stand a remote chance. I'm nervous about this. I'm not gonna lie. But let's go up on stage.
Selamat datang ke MPL Offstage yang dibawa oleh Hotlink. Sekarang ni Rose bersama dengan satu fan daripada side Red Esports. Okay, maybe you can introduce yourself kepada audience kita yang tengah tengok live sekarang ni.
Hai. Kami,
Apa nama awak?
Nama saya Safwan Afi. Saya dari Terengganu.
Oh, so datang daripada Terengganu semata-mata nak tengok dan nak sokong Red Esports lah kan?
Yes.
I see. Okay, now so kita nampaknya hari ni awak memang sokong Red Esports, tapi pada hari Ahad nanti Red akan ada satu match lagi. So, adakah korang akan stay dekat KL ataupun balik Terengganu dah?
Saya balik Terengganu.
Balik Terengganu. So, adakah ini first time awak tengok MPL?
Yes, first.
Best tak suasana tengok MPL dekat MBSJ ni?
Best. Happy. Saya happy.
So, okay, apa perasaan awak tengok macam player-player di atas pentas?
Saya rasa kagum, rasa inspirasi saya untuk jadi lebih baik lah.
Okay, kita nampaknya dia ni segan, nervous. Tapi jangan risau, okay? Everybody here is very nice. Okay, I nak tanya you pasal line up Red Esports pula. Awak punya favourite player dalam Red siapa?
Saya punya favourite player saya Danish.
Oh. Okay, now I ada satu soalan. Kita nampak that line up Red Esports untuk minggu lepas dah tukar kan? Diorang ada roster change. So, adakah line up ni dah nampak solid apa benda ataupun you rasa masih lagi ada room untuk improve?
Bagi saya hari ni line up okay, solid. Saya harap Red Esports dapat comeback untuk next game lah.
Wow. Okay, so apa yang you nak cakap dekat Red Esports di atas pentas? Tengok diorang baru naik, diorang tak pakai headphone lagi, so diorang boleh dengar apa Safwan tengah cakap ni.
Saya nak cakap Red Esports, don't give up and do your best at your next game.
Alright, Safwan is hoping for a reverse sweep. But will Selangor Red Giants allow that? So, terima kasih kepada Safwan. Thank you for coming to MPL. I hope you enjoy your day. And of course, good luck and take care on the way back to Terengganu, okay?
Alright.
Always take care. Alright guys, mari kita start game kedua dalam Best of 3 series ni. Who will win this match? Casters, take it away.
Hopefully he makes it to Terengganu with a good state of mind, a healthy mental support system.
I hope so.
Look, it's going to be tough being a Red fan watching this game after match number 1, but let's forget about that, right? Ooh, it's a new day. It's best of 1 against SRG, and maybe Red Esports have an opportunity. Don't look at me like that. You're going to make me crack, bro.
Nah. I mean, like, no matter what, we have to touch up on the first game. Wait, let's set aside the team's identity, their strategy, their draft, whatever. Okay. Because currently, the more important thing is they are being outclassed in every single lane here. And I think that's a bigger problem that they need to be addressed.
I agree. I think they got to go... Oh, man, I hate saying this because it's every team does this. There is a certain level of which you get pushed into a corner. What do? Come up with an interesting strat? No. Comfort picks.
I mean, other than a comfort pick, one thing that they have to remember is that when they're being punished into the corner, like you said, is that sometimes you just don't need to play to win, but you just need to play not to lose your lane. It's kind of like don't give that too much advantage towards the enemy side.
I see. Well, let's see what LaFell has to say about this match. It's good that you bring it up because how do you think the match is going to go between SRG and Red? We asked LaFell, and he said it's going to be really good test for Red's lineup because SRG is the new standard. So if teams can win or at least get one game off of them, that will show whether they've improved or whether they need to improve.
I kind of want to say that this is kind of like an unfair benchmark because SRG really put it up high there.
The way that I see it, it just feels like you play against SRG, you're doing bad. Even if it feels like you're doing good, it feels like you're getting whipped. Just no, please, SRG, I just want one game. I'm sorry.
But I do agree what LaFell said that if any team managed to get even 1 point from SRG, it does mean that they have improved and they have the potential to actually beat Selangor Red Giant.
Nope, speaking of which, let's have a look at this roll. Okay. Maybe not the greatest roll. Don't worry. Maybe 80% of gamblers miss out on hitting big. So just keep on going. Keep on going.
And for you guys, if you want to see whether Malaysian team will hit it big or not, do come in to watch M6 Malaysia. But while we're waiting for M6 to start, do scan a QR code down below to redeem the code.
Get that code and make sure you have an opportunity to win a lucky chest or, if you're lucky, a legendary skin. I haven't seen anybody win it just yet, but if you do, screenshot it, put it on the group. Everybody needs to know that this is a legitimate thing.
Yeah, they need to know. I mean, I want to see like, what do we get out of this?
Well, with that being said, for this upcoming game, I definitely think that if Red Esports, I don't know what's going on with them because it feels like the way that they communicate, nobody seems to be... It feels like the Malaysians are very giving and they're playing around Sensui a little too much. It feels like they're not making the right calls.
And not only that, we also have to consider in terms of the drafting, one of the key points why they loses their lane is the matchup. So it will matters on whether they're going to be choosing the blue side or the red side.
That's a good point. As we head on into the drafting phase, let's find out where we're going to see red, and it looks like they will take advantage of red side.
And let's see if this will allow them to at least win the laning matchup, and this, I say, indirectly helps them.
Indirectly help them? Well, let's find out. Because we're seeing the same bans coming out from Coach Bam of Red Esports' side. SRG, they don't mind. They're still getting rid. They're getting rid of the Gatot, but they're also getting rid of the high loss.
I mean, respect ban. That's one of the key strat that Coach Arcadia has always kept on, and he's been giving Selangor Red Giant the wins that they needed in terms of the drafting.
I think that Gatot, as much as they respect Red Esports for playing it, works counterintuitively to what they want. Because SRG have one of the fastest rotations when it comes down to ganks and also team fightings, right?
Correct.
And Gatot technically has a semi-global ult. So even if he's slow, he will be part of that fight.
I mean, we have seen Yums with the Gatot Kacha, and I have to disagree. I have seen Yums using Gatot Kacha, and I have to disagree.
Yums is an outlier.
I mean, when
it's special.
Alright, so I'll say better safe than sorry. Ban out Gatot Kacha and just bring in Phobius first.
Yeah, bring in the Phobius. I mean, Red Esports, they have to get rid of the chip. As much as those two assassins are devastating, this power pick for Cram, they need to have an answer to this. And honestly, so far, Phobius has been a pretty stable laner, doesn't have a lot of losing matchups, and honestly, even in a quote-unquote weak matchup, he just needs level 4 to be devastating.
Yeah, starting from that, he is able to do everything. I mean, tanking, zoning, dishing out a damage over time. It's going to be a hassle to deal with. But let's see how Red Esports going to respond to it. It seems like kiting or disengage is going to be their main priority, with Guiding Wind coming in with the Matilda pick and combined with the Hayabusa once again.
They're going to overload. They're going to try and overload the Phobius. I don't know. Because if I'm Cram, I'm 100% taking Flicker. Like Flicker, as soon as I see it happen, you build up my passive, oh boy, good luck.
I mean, either Flicker or Vengeance, either way will be helpful, because one of the things that we have to consider, now that kill, the rate of damage being dished out is much more faster, which means it gives enough ample time for Vengeance to be utilized fully to tank out all those damages.
But then the impact gives you the...
Right?
Right. Wait. I'm trying to think whether the... Do you get iframe? Do you get like true iframes, or is it just like a short delay? Oh man, I wish I had more time to test out this patch. I really do. Because now SRG still falling back to what they know. Give me the Nolan, give me the Aurora. Try me, nerds.
I mean, this is literally the same thread from the match one. The only changes is how to swap with Phobius. And the thing is, it's still gonna be the winning matchup for Cram in the EXP lane.
Well, we'll see. Red Esports now need to make some pretty tough decisions. Oh, it's a very early Barat lock-in. Okay, all right, I get it, right? At the end of the day, you just don't really want to interact with Phobius, minimize your trades, just slowly build up those stacks and maintain it for pretty much the entirety of the EXP laning phase.
And not forgetting, during the neutral objective tag, at least somebody is able to lock out Skies from using or utilizing the retribution properly.
Or swallow the Phobius and not have to worry about your backline anymore. I feel like
I kind of like want to disagree because it's kind of like Phobius doesn't really relies on cooldown anymore on his ult.
Yeah, that's
so. Is that you? I mean, yeah, you stop him for a bit, but after that, he's going to be back and nothing changes.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point. We see the Kufra ban coming up from the side of Red. Rather interesting. Looks like I would have imagined that Cho would be in that spot, but then again, they could just follow it up with a Cho ban.
Let's see here. EXP laner, Roma, Red Esport. Currently still lacking in terms of a mid laner and also a gold laner. That could be the focus of Selangor Red Giant.
I'm surprised that nobody took Roger. Right?
Roger, yeah. I mean, usually we see Roger being picked up early on as a flex pick, but this time around, I mean, both teams are confidently showing the ball for the jungler. It's just that the gold laner will be the big question mark here.
I sure hope. Ooh, okay. Looks like SRG is right on top of the gold lane problem. Getting rid of the Harith almost straight away, making sure that this Kufra isn't going to get more value since that is already gone.
Ban out Roger?
I guess you ban out the Roger on this side if you're red. I don't know. I feel like even single target lockdown could be a little bit of an issue here. Like Cho especially.
Because I don't think Red Esport going to pick up straight ahead Roger here for the 4th pick.
I feel like red, they're going to go Vexana once more. That's what it feels like.
It seems like that would be a proper choice here. But really dependent on Red Esport, what is it that they don't really want to deal with? Because at least they have to make sure one of the lane is in their favor.
I am the power of light.
Kaja? Okay, because currently they're considering what pick that SRG can pull off to actually stop the mobility coming in from Matilda, coming in from the Hayabusa with the Quad Shadow. But in that case, Tigreal Ruby is still out in the open.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, alright, I guess the hard lockdown is...
Even Chao!
Honestly, I think Cho is going to be the most devastating one because he can take Concussive Blast, he can help clear up that mid-wave with whatever mid laner, and so far, all you're seeing is Aurora, which you can actually move through the CC with a Shunpo.
Ooh. Weird strat coming in from the Red Esport. Kind of like they want to tunnel Selangor Red Giant into that certain pick, but Zaz banned out by Selangor Red Giant, not going to give them that capability to burst down or melt down Phobius quickly.
Yeah, they really want to see that Vexana again. They just want it. They're like, come on, Kim, you can do it. You can do it. Believe.
Wait, what happened if Selangor Red Giant once again pick up Grok? And the same thing happens again in mid lane. I'm just saying.
It might actually happen, I'm not going to lie. If this is Vexana for the next pick, I wouldn't be too surprised if SRG lock in the Grok.
Okay, Vexana, Grok, Roger. The same thing, except for Cram. I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it, right?
True. Not entirely wrong. How do they get past it? Ooh, Valentina. I like this a little bit more because now you can start stealing some really powerful ults.
But this kind of forces Red Esport to bring in Nathan as the last pick. Because otherwise, they're not going to have enough magic damage.
I don't think they care too much, do they? No, well, they got magic damage with Phobius. He does build physical items, but it converts. Oh, for red.
Yeah,
do they care about it though?
I mean, it kind of forces them to bring out Nathan.
Would I go for Nathan here? Honestly, considering that I have Matilda, I might even take the option of Ixia.
Ixia?
Yeah, like it feels like at this point of time, SRG is always gonna come to me. So therefore, if I'm gonna play defensively anyways,
yeah, but Ixia, you're gonna be zoned out by Cram non-stop.
so fair. Let's see what's going to be the Cho
And Moskov.
Moskov for the side of SRG. I like it very much.
Okay, a little bit more mobility this time around for Selangor Red Giant with Moskov and Chow, and also the pick-off capability with the single target lock, and at least this time Sansui not going to be able to roam around freely.
Yeah, I don't know. This is looking pretty doomed. Okay. Based on what we're seeing so far, I think that the only person who can make a real difference here is Grace. He's got to find some really well-timed ganks, and he doesn't even need to blow a battle spell. He just needs to put people at a lethal amount of health, and then just leave the lane afterwards.
Leave the lane afterward?
Yeah.
But we also have to consider this time around, again, Sensui, who's going to be the target for him, and Hanabi! I mean, yeah, you do have Matilda getting win to at least provide some sort of security, but it is going to be enough.
Dude, at this point, just take the BMI. Take the BMI and take a Purify, you know? Like, I don't think this is the smartest play, because the problem with the Hanabi, it's not that she's bad. It's just in this case, against Selangor Red Giants, a majority of their heroes close the distance quickly, and most of the time won't be standing one on top of each other.
Honestly, I really don't know what to say about both of these draft, especially coming from the Red Esport. I'm kind of intrigued to see how they're going to make this work, but for Selangor Red Giant, once again, keeping the mentality simple, the strategy simple, not too much different from the first game.
Yeah, let's jump right into it here. Game number 2 already commencing. SRG currently at match point, looking to close this out fast for a solid 3 points in the standing, unless Red Esports equalizes it here and now in game number 2. Good luck to both of them. SRG on the blue side, Red Esports on the red side.
And we have to focus us a little bit more towards the laning phase of each lane. Coming in from the Red Esport, are they going to be able to equalize the situation a little bit? They don't have to win, they just have to make sure they don't lose.
Yep, just don't lose the lane. And almost immediately, I'm seeing Iris getting zoned out, getting zoned and pushed in deep into his lane. We look at the emblems. Looks like there is nothing out of the ordinary. A little different.
Ignition.
Yeah, lethal ignition though.
Yums, a little bit aggressive, had to sacrifice a flicker, but in turn, still managed to slow down Sensui's farming rate a little bit.
This is kind of interesting because the fact that Stormy is taking lethal ignition as well, I guess he recognizes that at least 80% of the lobby of Red Esports are pretty squishy. Other than Iris, like everybody else can basically get one shot.
Yeah, then that is one thing that have to be considered by Red Esport. And
hey, yo,
look at the situation. It seems like
he just made a mistake there, unfortunately.
Oh.
Very small mistake, but he's going to be able to recover. Essentially, he dashed, but his dash wasn't far enough to get him out of the turret range so that the autos don't bounce against each other. It's okay. That's why Tenacity, great at part of the Emblem set.
Both team making a lot of movement in terms of the rotation towards the side, but not scoring any kill as of yet.
Yeah, it's been pretty passive from both sides. No real advantages just yet. Even Grace, Iris, I'm pretty sure he sees all 3. Third hit of G-Kundo connects as well. Iris is about to hit level 4. Just needs to stand next to this camp with Sensui to be able to achieve that. Oh wait, no, it doesn't work still. It has been past 2 minutes. A little unlucky for him, but he will achieve it eventually.
Turtle has already been stopped by Skies, but focuses in the middle lane.
They're gonna get this. Yums dies for sure. And now, oh, the flicker coming in from Iris himself to lock down the Nolan. Gets knocked up. Direct impact is Skies. Still able to secure. Cram finds his own, and Sakai takes out Grace. They end up biting more than they can chew.
I think there was a little bit of miscommunication. Sensui do not have the retribution up just now, so there was no reason actually for Iris to initiate anything or even to lock out the Skies from the turtle just now.
I mean, let's not forget that even Sensui doesn't have the Oki shadow kill, right? Without the ult alone, that is an issue.
I mean, it's a correct step on how to start things off, but not the right situation for it, which in turn gives Selangor Giant a free kill and also a free turtle. Once again, a great start for Selangor Red Giant.
It feels like a great start given to SRG more than anything else. I feel a little bad because now they're just going to get pounced on. Every single time Yums has that ult, he is going to gank, and there is so little that Red Esports can do about this. I already think that it's a bit of a mistake to not take Purifies against a comp like this.
Stormy already going out aggressive at the 3-minute mark, trying to flicker and feature Glacier into Kim just now. But one thing that I have to say for Selangor Giant, they really know how to utilize their advantages. I mean, even though we see like only 1k goal lead at the start of the game, like 3-minute mark, but they know how to keep on pressing to get more advantages. But 1k from Yums.
What did I say? Man, even... And you know what? The funniest part is that they had so little faith in that working out. Even Innocent wanted to get an assist on it. It's like, Spirit Destruction, we'll make something happen. Here comes the Daytona's welcome. Is it going to connect? As Sui tries to use the quad chance. Iris, he cancels it off as Cram is able to knock him out. In the midst of time, finds one. Looking for a second. Circling Eagle to buy. Sometimes they get pulled in underneath the turret with a blanket of ice. Going to make sure that they know their place. Oh, Kim, he was about to eat it there. Cram could go in. Yes, he does. Doesn't cancel out Iris, unfortunately. And so far, only Sensui dies.
Yeah, but 5 kills against 1, 4-minute marks. Once again, getting the initial objective, a freebie for them. Gonna increase the goal lead towards the 3k. This is starting to become a deja vu of what happened in match 1.
I don't know. Let's see how disrespectful SRG are gonna get this game. Because Cram can get very disrespectful on Phobius.
I mean, I would have to say this time around, Rey Esport actually started their laning phase a little bit better. But I don't know, some decision making that shouldn't be made. And it just, like you said, giving the wins towards Selangor Giant.
Right now, it's just bad comms. I can deal with bad comms because that can be fixed. Bad chemistry, very, very different. That's going to cause a lot more issues down the road. But so far, it's just a 2.8k lead at 5 minutes in the game, about to turn 3k. Man, SRG are really stretching this lead. Next interaction here between Cram. He's already zoning out 2 people, slowing down the reinforcements so that Innocent could try and clear this wave. Sensui, he's in a lot of trouble here. He's already used his ult. Sakui's manages to dash out in the waves. Yums still nearby. Fracture comes out. Second part of the Way of the Dragon delayed. Sensui, dude, I'd be furious about Sensui. I'd be losing my mind.
I mean, there's literally nothing much that he can do. Sky definitely understand how the mechanic of Nolan works, and the moment there's nothing else skill set that he can use, it means he's a free kill already. Not forgetting Yums coming in to finish off the job to give that last final chain CC towards him.
Yeah, it's not looking good. A 1.6k lead. Oh my goodness, and he's buying components for other items that he hasn't even fully completed yet. Now finishing the Blade of Heptases. Look at Cram, how much coverage. He's just living. He's literally living in Red Esports' jungle.
I mean, if you're looking into the mini-map, there's not much space they have given towards Red Esport. Like, so little space for them to gain that resources, and over time, this will accumulate towards Selangor Red Giant. Already reaching that 5k mark at 6 minutes.
Yeah, honestly, SRG just needs to take me out for a date before they choke me like this. Like, this is unplayable right now. Cram is 1v2ing at 6 minutes into the game. Look at this. He can't, there's so little they can do. Tier 1 is about to fall. Iris gonna get knocked up, and I think this is a good time for Cram to jump on in just for funsies. They pull back. That purple buff being denied from Sensui once again. And now that they see all of the members, they attack T2 on top side.
Selangor Giant with a power pick again and again being given towards Cram. It seems like no respawn is enough from Red Esport to shut down. And if this continues on, Cram is just going to be that fly that keep on circling around your head and nothing you can do about it. It just keep on buzzing.
There's so little they can do. And the worst part is that Grace can't really influence the situation. He can save a bad situation, but he can't turn a bad situation into a good one.
And currently, not forgetting that Innocent is also... I mean, like... He got all the time, he got all the spaces to just farm.
He just wants to be part of something, man. He's 0-0-0. He didn't even get an assist.
I mean, like, he's probably like, you guys just do you. I'm just farming. Just let me know when you guys need me.
Hit the panic button when necessary. I don't think they're going to get to that point because so far they've been steadily getting 1k every single minute. This is a little bit slower than the previous one. 7 minutes about to turn 8 and only at 6.8. Okay.
Okay, one of my concerns for Red Esport right now is they're already in the back foot, right?
Uh-huh.
But how about the defensive capabilities? Who are they gonna utilize to clear the lane?
Iris missed the Daytona's welcome. He flops it, and now they're getting punished. The circling eagle so deep in. Grace gets one out of there. Red Esports, they're only willing to sacrifice one.
Wait, still going for round 2.
I mean, Owl, he ends up getting blasted by Sakai's. Sakai's just too far ahead in the game. And even with the Aegis, didn't even matter.
I mean, there's not much choice for all right now. It's not like he can pick a mobility spell, but one kick from Yums.
It's impossible to play. Perfect chain CC.
Right.
Spirit Destruction. Now Cram's on the board. 1 kill and 2 assists.
I really don't want to say this, but I guess I had to. Outclass.
Red Esports are getting dunked on. Red Esports went to play pickup basketball and met a 7'2" NBA player. And they're like, yo, you want to play a casual? You want to play some casuals, bro? Getting dunked on as they jump over their heads. It's crazy what's happening right now.
I mean, what can Red Esports do currently? I mean,
pray.
If
Hope that God is real.
I mean that's literally the last option, because if they focus on playing towards more or like drag the game towards the late game, they don't have the defensive capability. Who's going to clear the way other than Hanabi? But currently Hanabi, in terms of the itemization, is so far behind.
Yeah.
9 minutes mark, 11k goal ahead.
Oh, here they go. Conceal, SRG, they want to force the play once again. They've got the way of the dragon, and it looks like it almost connected. Sakai still gets Iris at the end of the day. Yums didn't even have to use it. Innocent breaks down the inhibitor turret, but Sakai is just pressing for damage. Here comes Sensui, he gets kicked by the way of the dragon. Wasn't expecting it to still be up. Somebody has to tell him. Red Esports, again, the miscommunications is costing them everything at this point.
No more Holy defense. Langaway Giant planning to end the game, maybe?
Blanket Device is already out as they're heading straight for the crystal here, but the wave clear isn't that great. They do use the shadows. Unfortunately, Yoki Shadow Kick can only do so much as they walk right in, and SRG, they're not even interested with the crystal until the very end. GG, well played. SRG still showing why they're the top of the leaderboards.
And if I'm not mistaken, that is the fastest game in our league. 10 minutes 22 seconds.
No way.
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, the fastest previously was 10 minutes 23 seconds.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're going to double check that. We're going to throw it over to Zipper to fact check that for us. What a dangerous team. I would hate to be on the receiving side of that.
But literally, Slango Red Giant came in today and it's like a walk in the park for them to gain this clean 3 points for today.
Yeah, and it feels so bad because Sensui, unfortunately, it's so out of his control. No matter how good his mechanics are, no matter how many good decisions that he makes, he's gonna get punished. With that being said, let's have an interview with SRG up on stage. Rose, all you.
Dua babalas 0-3 mata penuh sekali lagi untuk Selangor Red Giants, still clinching onto the #1 position this regular season. First of all, boys, congratulations. Good job. I nak interview Innocent dulu tapi dia Okay, Innocent, how is it like going up against Owl? I'm pretty sure you guys have faced before in MPL Philippines. Now that you guys have faced in MPL MY, how is it like going up against a Filipino gold laner?
We haven't
Oh,
met
this is your
in
first
MPL
time
Beach.
meeting him. So,
yeah.
Okay, so how is it like?
I don't know how to explain because Owl is my former teammate before.
Mhm.
Because we live in the same province in PH.
Oh, you guys are from the same province. Okay, now, it's been a while since we've seen Roger under the hands of Innocent. What do you have to say to Red Esports for letting that Roger go? Do you think it's the coaching staff here outdrafted them, or do you think they just really let go of that Roger for you?
I think because of the nerf on Roger, that's why they want to open it. But I think it depends on the user.
Skill issue, guys. Ni memang ikut pilot je. Okay, thank you very much, Innocent. Okay, guys, maybe we could ask Cram. Malu-malu kucing. Okay, Cram. With the current assassin meta, as an EXP...
Again.
Okay, Tagalog gusto mo? Okay. English. Okay. So, with the current assassin meta, as an EXP laner, do you feel more pressured in your rotation and how you dominate your game?
Again,
one more time. Tatagalogin ko na lang, no? Okay. Again? Ni macam I kena troll dah ni.
Hindi ko naintindihan yung sinabi. Apa ya?
Dia tak faham. Okay. So ngayon, Assassin Meta na. Ikaw na naglalaro sa EXP lane, ramdam mo ba na mas pressured ka para mag-initiate at saka mag-dominate ng lane mo kasi mas, mas mataas na yung damage ng jungler sa kalaban?
No, because I never feel pressure. I just, just go. Just play aggressive.
Just play aggressive. Just go. What is it like going up against Iris? Ano pakiramdam mo kalaban si Iris?
Biasa aja.
Biasa aja. Makin lama makin pelik dia ni. Okay guys. So guys, kita dah tengok innocent punya Roger. Tapi korang rasa siapa yang memang shine sangat perlawanan ini? Siapa yang MVP korang? Alright, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. Sekais, the one and only. Okay, Sekais. I ada satu soalan je. Mic dulu. Okay, adik. Kita kan film satu video last week. Mana kita, siapa paling dalam team. Lepas tu, siapa always lambat dalam team, semua orang cakap Sekais. Okay. Tapi, masa tengah war apa benda semua, Sekais paling laju. Apa yang jadi? Kenapa awak boleh laju dalam war tapi training selalu lambat?
Sebab mungkin sorry salah.
Kan okay. Dorang ni semua tak faham apa Rose cakap hari ni. Okay, kan kita film satu video last week. Okay. Siapa paling dalam team? Okay, pasal I tanya soalan, siapa paling lambat? Dorang cakap Sekais. Selalu lambat dalam training.
Actually yang lambat tu innocent sebenarnya. So bila dah war tu I think because sebab dah banyak training kot. So mungkin dah master dekat situ. I think, yeah.
Okay, macam tu je lah. Okay, maybe we can get Yubs. Okay, Yubs. Apa yang Yubs nak cakap dekat semua orang yang hadir ke MPSG hari ini dan datang tengok game Selangor Red Giants?
Kepada fans-fans Selangor Red Giants, terima kasih kerana datang. Tanpa sokongan korang kita orang, tanpa sokongan korang, kita orang bukan apa-apa.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Selangor Red Giants. Congratulations. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Woo! An incredibly fast game daripada Selangor Red Giants. But before that, I actually want to say hi to Lafel's live because Lafel tak ada hari ni tapi dia tengah buat watch party dekat rumah. So, hi Lafel. Okay guys, dan itu dia. Hari pertama di minggu ketiga. Mari kita dengar mic check daripada side Selangor Red Giants.
Tahu korek? Allah, telaja. I tetap. I hati. Oi, my hati tu. Aman ke? Aman boy. Let's go. Boleh dive. Afrika.
Mana ayah? Go set. Ayah no shadow guys. Ayah no shadow.
Wait, I tak tahu guys.
Don't too over aggressive guys.
Aman.
Tomorrow. Ni dah. Aman.
Dah.
Nice.
Ini no ulti
Passive min weekend min Sini guys.
Dead no ulti. Tengok kau tu dah.
Nice.
Hanya 5 second bahaya doang ulti.
Aman.
Nice one. Nice comms guys. I love you guys. Slowly chill lah.
Ya, man.
Nice one guys.
Clear atas. Show me.
Dah.
Aku slam kick.
Ada ulti.
No.
Ada.
No shadow.
Mid.
I can pick on mid.
Pada semua player guys.
Siapa je lah Yum. Boleh dia. Dua touch court.
Minion bot coming guys. Aman.
GG.
Man, these are cold killers, not a reaction in their face. They're like, dive, fight.
I mean,
tired calms.
For me, it's just another day for them. It's just another match for them to finish up. And that's what happened for Selangor Red Giant today. Now, I don't really want to talk much about Selangor Red Giant, more towards what happened with Red Esport. I mean, honestly, we gotta start talking what can be done to improve Red Esport in the upcoming matches.
I I mean, game 2, really, the miscommunications were very, very obvious here. I don't think it was too much of a chemistry issue. It felt like everybody had a rough idea of what was supposed to happen, but unfortunately, they just didn't communicate at what phase they were currently in.
It's kind of like it's the correct execution, but not the right timing for it. So still a lot more need to be improved in terms of the communication, in terms of the macro for Red Esport. But MVP of the match will be given towards Skies. But to be fair, to be honest, it could have been given towards anybody.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you on that one. Like, Sakai's, he's got the best stats overall in those past 2 games of this best of 3, but Yums was putting up some good work. Cram getting the best interview question. How was Iris? He's like, dude, I beat him twice in lane. Do I need to say more?
Stormy, nonetheless, we can say that one of the most aggressive mid laner in MPL Malaysia, doing his job quite well.
I hate the fact that SRG, all of their players have like very innocent baby faces, but then they're like punching you in the face.
Hard-cold killers.
Yeah, hard-cold killers, and then they steal your lunch money at the very end. They're like even leaving you battered, and they're like, nah, you don't get to eat after that one.
Always staying humble, one of the key aspects that we love about Selangor Red Giant. They don't have to show that they actually are hardcore killers, you know, in our side. All they have to do is do it in the land of dawn. That's it.
Yeah, they just have to leave the body there. Somebody will find it. Don't worry. It might not be us. Who did it? Ooh, it's crazy. But yeah, I got to give it to this guy. He still makes Nolan look ridiculous, despite the, well, I would say a little bit of a weird nerf / buff. Kind of depends on how you look at it. But let's look at the post-game stats here, right? Because we're going to see the, let's look at the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Let's check the autopsy here for Red Esports. In terms of item progression, they didn't even make it to second item for a majority of them. Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
He didn't have a full item.
I'm sorry, 10 minutes, 22 seconds. So, I mean, it's a tie in terms of the fastest game this season.
Zipper, count the milliseconds.
Count the millisecond, right? We need to have a winner.
We need to have a complete winner. We need 2 decimal points at the end of that just to know. We'll double check whether this is actually the fastest game or not, but man, absolute brutality here. I do genuinely feel bad for Owl as well as Sensui. It feels like their draft overall doesn't seem to be working too well. I do think that they aren't very creative with the way that they actually attack the side lanes.
This is one of the things that I want to focus more on towards Red Esport. I mean, like you said, they kind of like heavily reliant on Sensui in terms of the strategy that they want to bring in.
Yeah.
So of course I understand that towards the draft pick, one of the first 3 picks will always be Sensui.
Yeah.
But in a way, this kind of give an idea or an ample time towards the enemy to think up how we're going to counter Sensui if that was going to be the first one being shown in the draft.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you on that one. They knew that Phoveus was potentially going to get let through, right? And yet they still were going to say, hey, if we overload him, maybe we have an opportunity, but we don't have a direct counter to him in lane.
It's kind of like one of the things that they have to consider. Instead of just focusing towards on Sensui, they have to make sure that for the laning of other people would have an, I wouldn't say an easier chance, but at least a fair chance to win that lane.
I mean, would I say Owl had a fair chance of winning that lane?
No.
I want to say yes, but at the same time, it's not like he could do much as well without your support. Like, you need pressure as Hanabi. You want that Moskov underneath his turret while you're auto-attacking the wave.
And what's wrong with that turn as a last pick?
Everything.
Apparently everything.
Can Nathan run Aegis? I don't think so.
But this shows, if you're looking at the total damage dealt, I'll actually dish out more damage than Innocent. But to be fair, Innocent wasn't needed at all in the late game. He wasn't required at all.
How many minutes was it until he got unlocked from lane? I feel like for 7 minutes straight, he didn't do anything but throw like a Spirit of Destruction just to try and get an assist.
Just give me some, a little bit, just a little bit, right, before you guys end everything.
Yeah, let me be gorgeous. Let me just be there. Let me get an MSC medal without the hard work.
A little bit shout out to Gorgeous, the best PR for Selangor Red Giant as of now. But if you consider in terms of the total damage taken, I mean, he has to be the... I mean, I don't know what you say it in the English side, but in BM side, we will call it Kambing Hitam. The
sacrificial lamb, yes.
Sacrificial lamb, okay,
sacrificial lamb, yeah. You're close, you're close. Correct animal, wrong age and wrong gender. But I think, unfortunately for Iris here, I don't know what the comms are, but he can't seem to hold on to his lane at level 1, right? And that costed them a lot of problems, especially for the jungler. He needs to be able to not only dominate, but most importantly, maintain that control. He can't get denied level 2 every single time. He can't always be taking all the damage. And worst yet, he should not be sacrificing his lane to try and fall further behind than he already is.
To be fair, I would say this is actually a better match for Red Esport if you want to compare towards the first match just now.
Okay.
That one was just literally a landslide. So at least we did see a little bit more improvement for Red Esport.
I think they definitely controlled themselves a little bit better. I do think they utilized Grace a lot more this time on the Matilda to speed up those rotations, but even so, we needed the med pack. We needed like get the favor as soon as possible, come into your lane, top you up, run off.
Yeah, and now we're looking into the item build progression. I'm not really sure I want to focus on who, because literally it was 11k gold lead differences at 9 minutes, so
Cram knew that he was going to end this game so fast that he first item T2 boots and then got Radiant armor.
Iris didn't even get the first item.
He bought a bunch of components, to be fair. He was trying to be cost efficient. That's all the money he was given. The poor guy is in poverty in game, and everybody is like, hey, I need you to do more.
Come on, you gotta be our front line. But I got nothing. No, you gotta do it. It's alright, I'll take it. I'll do it.
What are you gonna do, huh? Send Owl in with Aegis or send Sui? Come on, Iris. And Iris is 1 tier down. Don't worry, guys. I'll make Tona's welcome.
I mean, this is already a bad sign where once your main front line, the only front liner for Red Esport is unable to get even one item. That means for Selangor Giant, they can just go through your line of defense.
Yeah, it is a difficult line of defense to get through as well. And most of the time, it feels like it's not even worth it even if you're like able to execute. Like, oh yeah, I get the Aurora. Passive, breaks open, comes back to life. But with that being said, Selangor Red Giants still sit at #1 of our standings here in Week 3, day #1 with 11 points. Those 2 O's make so much of a difference. We are seeing a very large gap between the top 2 and everybody else.
And this is what I like about coming into the Week 3. We're finally going to see a little bit more gap between each team. But we're also going to see where, I mean, maybe the power gap between team is too much. Like, for example, in terms of the gameplay just now, comparison towards Selangor Red Giant and one of the bottom tier team, which is Red Esport. And if this gap continues, it's going to be worrisome for me.
I'm already worried for a majority of these teams. Then again, not all of them have played an equal amount of games. They could have improved from time to time. Homeboys was one of those teams. They get pushed all the way down, but still, they haven't played a lot of their games yet.
Yeah, they only played 2 matches, 2 losses. Still got, let's see, 7 more matches upcoming for them. But talking about upcoming matches, let's see our schedule for tomorrow. We're going to start things off with Todak going up against Team Hub for our first match. Second match, it will be JP Niners going up against Homeboys, finally, their third match. And lastly, for our show's closing, it will be Team Rey going up against Monster Vicious.
Woo! I'm excited to see MV because since week 1, they've been just killing it. Really good synergies, coming out with some very creative styles of play and a lot of homework done by their coaching staff.
Not only that, I mean, MV kind of be the only representative for a full local lineup, so I kind of want to see them succeed actually.
Maybe inner bias, we'll see whether or not they're going to qualify for that spot, because even JP and as well as Homeboys, kind of an interesting position for both of them. Homeboys need the points. JP on the other hand is like kind of there but not there.
I mean, Homeboys, JP Niners, I would say both teams have a little bit changes in terms of the lineup, so it's kind of like I want to see how they perform tomorrow.
There's only one way to find out, and the only way to do that is wait. Unfortunately, this is going to be closing out for the end of today here on Friday. Only 2 best of 3s. With that being said, my name is Gideon Q. This is Kara Kurias, my co-caster. Thank you so much for being on the English broadcast. This is the MPL MY Season 14. We'll catch you back tomorrow. See you then.